Peter Brown, Sherry Jackson, Richard Lenz. Tonight's episode, One Last Trick.
The guy who witnessed the explosion said he found this near the body.
Officer Lane Walters.
Same thing on his car registration. This was found in the glove compartment. It was taking pictures of something.
Where's the witness?
Right over there.
All right, check with personnel, get his background, his address, the works.
Right.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes, sir. I saw the whole thing. I was docking my boat over there when I heard the explosion.
And what exactly did you see?
Mostly smoke and debris. And the body. Boy, they certainly must have wanted him dead, didn't they?
What do you mean, they?
I mean, whoever killed him. Maybe it was the other man I told you about.
What other man?
Oh, in a fancy suit. That's how I noticed him. Looked out of place around here. He was standing right over there as I was pulling in.
Can you describe him?
Well, I don't think so. You see, my eyes aren't as good as they used to be.
Mine aren't either. Mr. Stewart, I'd appreciate it if you go with this officer. Maybe he can refresh your memory. Take these to the lab. I want photocopies on my desk in an hour. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir.
What did you get?
10-4. Walter's single. Parents deceased, been on the force just 2 years, traffic division. Personnel wasn't sure about his current address.
What do you mean?
He just moved a couple of weeks ago. Temporary address, 1212 California. Here's some keys. Pretty nice place.
And pretty expensive.
Who the hell are you, and what are you doing in my apartment?
Well, I'm Lieutenant Stone, and this is Inspector Robbins.
You got a search warrant?
We thought this was Officer Lane Walters' apartment.
He stays here. He's not home right now. I'll tell him you called.
Who are you?
I'm his roommate, Joy Adams. If you have any more questions, you'll have to ask Lane.
I'm afraid we can't do that. You see, Officer Walters is dead. He died about an hour ago at the marina. A bomb explosion. Maybe you can tell us what he was doing there.
What?
What was Officer Walters doing there?
I don't know.
The records show his family's dead. Did he have any close friends?
Just me.
Did he have any enemies?
I don't know.
Is there anyone who wanted to kill him?
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about it. Lane was a big boy. He had sense enough to come in out of the rain. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Miss Adams.
You can put the keys on the table on your way out.
Would you be kind enough to tell me how much this apartment costs?
$1,000 a month. We shared expenses, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, Joy. You busy, honey?
Never too busy to talk to you, Nick.
That's my girl. Listen, I'd like you to drop by the club this afternoon.
Is it a party?
No, not today. I'm just going over a few of our accounts. I'd like to get a few things straight. Okay?
Well, sure, Nick, but, I'm kind of right in the middle of something, and I kind of like to finish it. It might take a couple of hours.
Well, drop it. I can't wait that long.
Okay, Nick. Sure. Whatever you say. Bye.
She knows. I don't know how she knows, but she knows. I can hear it in her voice.
Arthur, take care of her for me, will you?
Where does a patrolman get $1,000 a month for rent, even sharing expenses?
Not from his paycheck.
If you were taking a payoff and asked for too much, they might have gotten rid of him.
Yeah. What do you say we take a closer look at his record?
Hello, Stem on your flower shop.
Carol, this is Joy.
Oh, hi, what's up?
I'm scared, really scared.
Can't make the rent this month?
Lane's dead. Murdered.
No.
They killed him because he was trying to get me out of this business.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry.
Carol, it's not like it used to be. It's different now. You can't just walk out.
You've got to.
It's not just Malone anymore. He's working for somebody else now, somebody big. Lane was trying to gather evidence on them. He wanted to bust the operation, and they killed him. Now they're going to kill me.
Joy, where are you right now?
At my apartment.
Okay, now listen to me. I've got to go somewhere this afternoon, but you know where I keep the key to my place.
Under the mat?
Right. Now hang up the phone, walk outside, and grab a taxi, and go straight to my place. Don't pack, and don't waste any time. Just go straight there. Go now.
Thanks for that information, Milo. Yeah, it helps a lot. Thanks.
Mike, just got these from the photo lab. They're from Walter's car.
Well, I just talked to his watch commander. He wasn't on any special assignment. Whatever he was doing on his own. Yeah, looks like a party, all right. A party. Why was he taking pictures of a party? There's no reason to kill a man. Pretty girl. A lot of pretty girls.
Who you calling?
Records.
Hello, Joy. Nick thought you might need a ride. Come on, let's go.
Joy Adams, alias September Dawn, alias Jackie Allen. The lady is a hooker.
Arrested for prostitution March 18th, 1972, October 23rd, 1972, January 4th, 1972.
Last arrest was June 25th, 1975, and the name of the arresting officer was...
Lane Walters.
You know, I think we better ask that roommate of his a few more questions. Come on, let's go, Speedy.
All right, Mr. Jacobson. I just wanted you to know that she'll be staying with me for a couple of days. Yes, she does have a key. Thanks.
Anyone I know?
I hope not. I'm almost ready. Where are we going? And what's the big surprise?
To dinner first. Wine and lasagna, okay?
Yeah, sounds great.
I found an apartment. It's over near Pacific Heights. It's a little small, but it's got a great view. And we can move in right away.
Ah, how about tonight, handsome?
It's okay by me. You're beautiful, you know that?
Hey, why don't we just get married today instead of waiting for 2 weeks?
Because I've already paid for the church and the reception room and the hooch, and I can't stand waste.
You've been a caterer too long.
I've been a bachelor too long. Come on, let's go.
Sam, could you deliver those flowers for me, and I'll see you in the morning?
So who's staying with you?
A castaway who needs a friendly port, okay?
Storm at sea?
For some, there's always a storm at sea.
Lieutenant Stone, I'm Jarvis.
Jarvis, what have you got?
A couple of kids spotted her floating near the piling. She fits that general description that you put out.
How long ago?
About 30 minutes. They saw a gray monarch drive down to the water, stop for about 5 minutes, and drive off.
Did you see the driver?
No, but we got a partial on the plate. It's a 75, 76 gray monarch. The license began with the numbers 2 and 4. She the one?
That's Joy Adams.
Come on, ladies.
Just a hassle, that's all it is. I didn't take no money. And if I did, how come you ain't busting the gentleman?
Ginger, I'm surprised at you. You know that cop was no gentleman. Now get inside. Come on. That's all, girls. Hurry it up. If you hurry up, we'll get you down to the station in time for you to have a hot lunch.
Inspector Brady.
Hello, Lieutenant.
How are you?
Fine. Haven't seen you in a couple of years, not since the Connolly case. I don't know. Maybe you don't recognize me. I was wearing a dress then. It was a vice bust.
No.
Those the pictures?
Yeah, I thought maybe you could recognize some of these people.
Now, let's take a look. No. 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 Could be hookers, could be anybody. Joe, you loaded? Take them downtown.
Say, did you ever know a girl named Joy Adams?
Yes, I did, but only from a distance. She was a call girl, high class, freelance for a while, got busted a few times, finally got wise and got herself a manager. He took care of business, she took care of the customers.
Who's her manager?
I don't know, but you're not going to find him out here on the street, Lieutenant. She was strictly credit card merchandise.
Credit card?
That's right. That's the newest wrinkle. All the big-time operators are now business types. High-class hotels, limousine service, $1 million a year in taxable income if they want to declare it.
That sounds almost legal.
And almost impossible to bust. Give you an example. Let's say you're having a big sales meeting, right? A lot of sellers and buyers in from out of town, so to loosen things up, throw a big party, invite a few girls. Write it off as entertainment, put it all on the expense account. When it's over, the hotel sends a bill, the caterer sends a bill, and the guy who supplied the girls sends a bill. So where's the crime?
Try murder.
Lieutenant, you think Walters was trying to muscle in?
I don't know. But $1 million a year business sounds like it might be a good cause for killing.
Hello. Stem Under Flower Shop.
Oh, I'm calling Carol Robson.
Speaking.
Miss Robson, this is Inspector Robbins, the San Francisco Police Department. I'm calling about Joy Adams.
What about her?
Well, she's been killed, Miss Robson, and I was wondering...
No.
Miss Robson?
I'm still here.
We got your number from her telephone book, and we thought maybe you could...
I have to talk to you. When can I see you?
Right now, where?
I can't meet you here. I'll meet you in 15 minutes at the Cranford Building cafeteria.
Cranford Building cafeteria, right. We'll be right there.
Why would anybody want to kill her?
Because she wanted out of the business. Lane was in love with her. He was trying to spring her loose. Maybe he got too close to something or someone.
Did she give you any names?
No. Only I know that she worked for a guy named Malone. Nick Malone.
Was he your pimp?
He made all the arrangements. He collected the money and he bailed her out when she got busted.
Pimp.
You and your labels.
Do you think Malone killed her?
Nick wasn't much of a man, but he couldn't kill anybody. She said that he was working for somebody else now. Somebody big.
You mean big business?
Yeah. Who else could afford to waste a girl with $50,000 a year? They'd probably just write it off as a casualty lawsuit.
How well did you know Joy?
Very well. We used to work together.
For Malone?
Do you mean, was I a hooker, too?
Well, I don't think he would have phrased it exactly that way, but I think that's what he means.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Miss Refson, but it's important that we find...
Why should you be sorry? I'm not.
Look, can you identify any of these people?
No. They're all new faces. Joy. No wonder she wanted out. Damn, I should have stayed home. I should have gone to get her. I should have done something.
We'll do something. Where can we find Malone?
At a bar called Martino's over on Broadway.
Is that where he hangs out?
He owns it.
Thanks for your help. Nick Malone. Just point.
What the hell do you think you want?
Lieutenant Stone. Homicide. Just keep your seat. And what's your name?
You got a warrant.
I only asked for your name.
I don't tell you nothing unless you got a warrant.
Okay, then I guess you go.
Well, then I guess my name's Agnes Jefferson.
You guess?
Pretty, huh? I picked it out myself. Goodbye, handsome.
You guys gonna tell me what this is all about?
Joy Adams.
Who?
Joy Adams.
Never heard of her.
We could go down to the morgue and let you take a look at her body. That might refresh your memory.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, pretty brunette. I remember now. Used to come in here a lot. Not too much lately, though. Morgue, huh? That's a shame. What happened?
Where were you yesterday between 2 and 5?
Right here. I never left the place. Can ask the bartender.
You're reading my mind.
The police have any clues?
Only Malone.
Come on, I got some coffee. Carol, I'm really sorry, you know, but maybe you ought to leave it alone. What's past is past.
Dave, she was my best friend.
And she's dead. There's nothing you can do for her.
They didn't have to kill her.
It's okay, babe. It's okay.
No, it's rotten, and I'm rotten for not doing anything to stop it.
Hey, come on. Come on. You're not responsible for what happened.
I am. I'm the one who got Nick to take her on. Don't you understand?
No, I don't. Look, I don't know these people, and I don't care about them. They're not a part of us.
They're part of me.
And you won't let me forget it, will you? Carol?
Okay. Sarah White, his ex-wife, dropped out, and his partner moved to Vegas. Who else can tell us about Malone?
I don't know anybody else.
What about B.D. Fletcher, tax consultant?
Don't know him.
Well, Joey did. That was in her purse. There's a date written on the back and the word urgent.
Sorry, I don't know him. Not making much progress, are we?
Not much. Malone's got a brick wall all around him.
What if you had somebody who could get through that brick wall? Somebody who could get to Malone?
Do you know somebody?
Me. I got out, I can get back in. Just long enough to find out what you need to know.
Tell me, why are you so interested?
I told you, she was a very good friend of mine. And maybe I'd like to see Malone smashed, okay? Now, you didn't answer my question.
The answer is no.
But I can reach Malone. He'll trust me.
Too dangerous.
You can't stop me, Lieutenant. I don't have to have your permission.
I don't want you to interfere in this.
The answer is no.
Miss Robson, listen. I think you should listen to him. You could get hurt.
I've been hurt before.
You might even get killed.
Inspector, I can take care of myself. Now, you just answer your telephone when I call.
Young lady, if you interfere in this investigation, I will book you. Do you understand? You will be booked. Now, I hope that's plain enough. Okay, let's find out what Fletcher has to tell us.
Sure, I knew she wasn't selling cosmetics. Look, I used to be a customer, but that was way before I got married.
You just did her taxes, huh? She didn't tell you who her employers were.
Lieutenant, all I did was check out her math. Joy Adams couldn't add 8 and 3. You know what I mean?
September 18th, what did she want that was so urgent?
A favor. I used to be with the IRS. She wanted me to find out anything I could about a guy called Karl Halsey.
Spell it.
Halsey. He's got offices over on Sutter. Film distribution. But I've already checked him out. He's clean.
Thanks for your help, Mr.
Anytime.
Fletcher.
Another dead end?
Maybe not. It's too late now. We'll check him out in the morning.
I'll have to check her out.
You don't have 20. Give me 10. I'll take 10. I like your face. Give me the money now.
She wants to get busted, that one. Let's go.
That's right. Revson. Carol Revson. And you make sure it's all there, honey. I had over $50.
Excuse me. Just what do you think you're doing here?
You get away from me. You are cramping my act.
I asked you a question.
You didn't read me my rights.
Miss Revson, the guy who wants your bail's waiting outside for you.
Malone.
Yeah.
I don't have time for you now, honey. But you come back when your girlfriend's asleep.
What did you book her for?
Working the street?
She never worked the street a day in her life.
Yeah, I know. That's why I called you. She told me you might be interested.
Take you home so you can get out of those rags. Get rid of that gum. Look at you. What have you done to yourself? You wanted back in the business, all you had to do was call me.
Because you said a lot of mean things to me when I left your stable.
Hey, you were one of my top girls, Cookie. You wanted to walk out. If you want back in, just tell me. Just say the word.
I'm saying the word, Nick.
When you're in.
Thanks.
Stupid. She's...
Obstinate.
That's not the word I'm looking for.
Brave.
Come on, Mike. You don't agree with what she's doing.
No, I don't agree with what she's doing. But we can't stop her. So maybe we can use her. What's troubling you?
We have policewomen for undercover work. Why use her?
Because she's streetwise. And she knows Malone. Sit down. Mr. Daniel Robbins, she has you pegged as a square. Now, why don't you leave it that way? Let me take care of her, you handle Halsey, and check out R&I while you're at it. Homicide, Stone. They just brought it in? You've got it down there? I'm coming right down. They just towed in the Monarch. Now, I'll check that out, and you make the phone calls, huh? Come on.
It's a nice little shop you got here, Cookie.
Yeah. Make a great tax write-off if it had any income.
You know, we got a whole new operation. There's a lot of money in it for everybody. No more work in the street. Nothing on the side. You do what you're told when you're told.
Whatever you say, Nick.
All right. This is a beeper, you know, like doctors carry. And you call the paging service at that number. You're 203. Give them that number, they'll give you the message.
Hey, whose idea was this?
Nothing I ever got to mention. No questions. You do what you're told when you're told. All right? Okay.
Nick, thanks for taking me back.
Oh, I knew you'd be back sooner or later. Better sooner than later. These are perishable goods, Cookie. Gotta be young and fresh, that people don't buy.
Surprise! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
I just kind of jumpy today.
For you.
Thank you. What are they?
Weeds?
Weeds?
Yeah. I asked myself, what do you give to a girl to apologize who's got more flowers than she knows what to do with? The answer was weeds. I picked them myself.
Oh, they are beautiful. I'm sorry about yesterday.
So am I. Let's go out to lunch and make up. 2 o'clock, okay?
Today.
What's that?
That's a beeper.
I know what it is. What's it for?
I have to make a phone call. $203? All right. Thank you. I'm sorry I can't make lunch today. I have to go somewhere.
Must be a hell of a work order.
I'll explain later.
You mind explaining now? You know, I called you last night. 5 times. It was 4 in the morning when I stopped. Where were you?
Please don't ask me any more questions. Just trust me. I'll see you tonight and I'll explain everything.
You're back with Malone, aren't you? Aren't you?
Yes, but just to get evidence.
You care more about them than you do us, don't you?
No, that's not true. Dave.
I've got to go back to work. Don't bother coming over tonight. I figure you'll be busy. You ever ask yourself how far you'll go for revenge? I just did, and I don't like the answer. I mean, how do you fake turning a trick?
Say when she'll be back? No message. I'll call back. Thank you.
Anything on Halsey?
Oh, yeah. No past criminal activity, at least not in this state. The feds had him once for tax evasion in New Jersey. Case dismissed and closed.
Well, I just opened one. The fingerprints on that monarch belong to a Parker, Arthur Parker. 2 years in queue for assault with a deadly weapon. Released just a year ago.
No recent address.
I'm going to put out an APB. Listen, why don't you take this picture to Miss Revson and see if she can identify it?
I already called. She's not home.
Well, what did you do that for?
I wanted to ask her about Halsey. Okay, I was worried about her.
Daniel, if you're so worried about her, why don't you go to the shop and wait for her?
I'll do that.
Wait a minute. Haven't you forgotten something?
Oh, yeah.
Come in. I'll get back to you. Hello.
Hello.
You're Carol Weston.
That's right. How did you know?
Nick told me. Nick tells me everything, Miss Revson.
Well, you can call me Carol.
And you can call me Mr. Halsey. Turn around. You do very nicely.
Thank you.
Nick tells me you worked for him for about 2 years.
Yes, that's right.
Why did you quit?
I needed a vacation. What's that for?
To teach you. We have new rules. Number 1, you work for me now, just like Nick. And nobody quits without my say-so. Rule number 2, you never take money from a customer. I'll handle it. You'll be paid.
What if he wants to give me a little extra?
You refuse.
I'm not going to turn down free money.
I'm not going to warn you again. I'm not Malone. Don't ever disobey me. All right, there'll be a party soon. You're invited.
When?
You'll be informed. Good day, Carol.
Well, you're sure Johnny on the spot, aren't you?
Are you always so charming?
What's it to you? Come on, let's take a walk. I found out who Malone works for. His name is Halsey, Karl Halsey.
How do you know?
Because I just met him. And I'm going to set him up so you can bust him.
For what?
Prostitution, what else?
Look, Miss Revson, I'm not a vice officer. I'm in homicide. And if Halsey's responsible for Joey's death, I want to nail him for murder, not prostitution. Now, is that perfectly clear?
So what are you getting so angry about?
You're gonna screw everything up.
Ah, there you go again. Better watch that language, huh?
You're right.
Look, don't you think it's time we start working together? I want to nail Halsey just as much as you do.
I don't have much choice, do I?
So, what kind of evidence do you need?
We need a link between this guy and Halsey. Have you seen him?
Who is he?
His name is Parker. Probably hired muscle. We think he killed Joy. At least he was in the same car with her. If you see him, let us know, okay?
Okay. What else?
Just be careful, okay?
You already told me that. There's going to be a party soon. Maybe one of the girls there will know.
When?
Stay loose, Inspector. I'll call you when I know something. Oh, meanwhile, do you think you could sort of stay clear of my place? You might be mistaken for a pimp, you know, give my shop a bad name.
She's got more guts than brains, and she's vulnerable.
You really think so?
Yes, I do, and if we're gonna use her, we ought to give her some backup.
All right. Beginning tonight, you're gonna cover her like a wet blanket.
Why me?
Because she's vulnerable. She trusts you. Listen, you better turn right on the next corner. Just in case you don't know, Halsey's office is at the end of the block.
Thank you. Excuse me. $203?
You waiting for the bus, honey?
Does it stop here?
It's on the way. He's picking up the other girls first.
Okay.
I'm Agnes. This is Sheila.
Carol. Hi.
Hi.
How old are you, Sheila?
Old enough. I've been around.
Where? Junior high school?
It's no sin to be young. We're all young ones.
Mm-hmm. Lots of energy and no technique.
I think that's the bus.
You nervous, honey?
A little.
Well, if any of those guys give you a rough time, you just come to me, okay?
Okay.
Just between you and me, Sheila, how old are you?
17.
All right, girls, let's go. Come on, let's go. We're late.
Upstairs says Halsey leaves his car here regularly. Have you seen him today?
No, just his driver. This is his car, though. It ain't ready. I told Mr. Parker he could either wait or go rent another one.
Parker. First name Arthur?
Shh, I don't know, but I can tell you a lot about this car. It's a bummer. When I couldn't get it ready, he left.
Is that his picture?
Yeah, that's him.
You know where he went?
Sure. I sent him over to the elite limousine service.
When was that?
About an hour ago.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
For the last quarter, we took a 5% dip. Now, with the present economic forecast that we're getting, I expect to see an overall rise in gross sales for the year. If I don't, we're all in trouble. Okay, that's the report. Any questions? Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been a long day, but the rewards are generous. Bar's open. Is our entertainment on the way?
Should be just arriving. They're on schedule.
Now, look, Miss Rebson, we can't just bust in on a private party. The law is not concerned with what consenting adults do in private.
What about Parker? He's here and he's a suspect. Isn't that reason enough?
No, ma'am, it isn't. You see, that is homicide, this is vice. Look, you hang on, I'll have you switched over to Lieutenant Stone.
He's not there. I already tried. What's the matter with you? Don't you want to get Parker?
Look, it's like I told you. We have to have evidence that the law has been broken.
Okay. What about this? They're not all consenting adults. One of the girls is 17.
How sure are you?
Positive.
All right. We'll come over and investigate, and if you're right, and I hope you are, we'll bust the party.
Thank you, Officer Brady.
Come on, baby. You're here to work.
Mr. Parker rented a stretch out. He said he needed room for 8 passengers.
Did he say where he was going?
He said he didn't need a driver. He said he was only going as far as the show place. That's where he was going. I just remembered.
It is?
On Gearing.
Right. Thanks a lot.
Girls are doing okay, huh?
Not too bad.
Huh? Sorry, this is a private party.
Police, I had a complaint. Can we come in?
Get the hall, tell him what's going on.
What's the matter, officer? Music too loud?
You. Miss, would you just step out here and bring your ID with you? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Now, look, if there's going to be any trouble...
I'll get to you. Let me see the ID. No matter how you add it up, it still comes out 17. You're under arrest. And so are you.
Hold it! Police, stop! You're wanted for suspicion of murder, mister. You want us to take you upstairs?
Yes, please. And what else do you think, sir?
Said he was sorry I ever did you a favor.
Oh, that. So Halsey goes free to set up a ring somewhere else.
Well, not necessarily. You see, Mr. Vincent, that's the sales manager for the company, I think he's willing to make a deal. He's willing to testify that Halsey solicited prostitution.
No, he paid for Choi's death.
But we can't prove it. Not unless Parker talks.
Well, we tried.
We did all right. For an amateur.
Good night.
Good night.
Good evening, Carol.
It's Carol. Hold it! Drop it.
Are you all right? Did he hurt you? Never thought I'd see you speechless.
Admit it, Inspector. I was a big help, wasn't I? Come on. Tell the truth.
Really want the truth? Sure. But you're also a pain in the neck, a thorn in my side, a great cause for concern.
Oh, were you worried about me?
A little bit.
What about Halsey?
He's going to be charged with attempted murder.
Well, you don't seem very pleased.
It's because I was afraid to tell you how good you were. You might try it again sometime.
No, not for anything in the world.
Excuse me. You know where I can find Carol Robson? Sign here, please. Okay, thank you.
Waste not, want not. The church is still paid for, and so is the hooch. Love, Dave. Aren't they beautiful?
What are they?
Ragweed.
Ragweed?
Ragweed. Let's go. Come on.
Special guest star, Shirley Knight Hopkins. Tonight's episode, A Room with a View.
Hiya, Marty, sweetheart. Let's have today's sheet, huh? Thanks, pal. Okay, Marty. Hey, tomorrow, same time, same station. Okay, pal? Oh, hey, look at that. I'm a slob, Marty. Look at this here.
I'll get that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
I'm
am
awfully
too.
sorry.
You all right?
Yes.
Good. Nobody got hurt, no harm done, no foul balls. Everybody's all right. Could you do me a little favor? I get this change here. I could use the change. I gotta make a phone call later. I'll give you $1.
Well,
You give me the change, all right? Here, count it.
It's only about 80 cents.
82. It's a good deal. Thanks a lot, right?
You're welcome.
Those bookies. The only time they look at their watch is post time.
Think he's really going to show up?
Oh, yeah. Put yourself in his shoes. You're a two-bit bookmaker just beginning to make it, and suddenly a big-wheel syndicate boss like Hoyt Llewellyn begins to move in. Nothing for you to do but pack up and run or yell your head off. Chafee is a yeller. Say, wait a minute. Did I show you this new snapshot?
Yeah, it's a great shot.
Yeah. She looks happy, doesn't she?
She does, and pretty. Jeannie's blossomed into such a lovely lady.
Yeah, she has. What time we got now?
1:30. Want to hang in a little longer?
Buddy boy, anybody who's going to give us Llewellyn and his whole gambling operation, we wait for. You know, Jean is with Brad's folks. You know that, don't you? Brad's the guy she's going with.
Yeah.
His folks have a place up in the mountains. Snow, skiing, all that stuff.
Christmassy.
Hey, Dispatch has been trying to raise you.
Healy, I told the fellas at Dispatch where we'd be.
Roy Chafee's brother just got killed.
Frankie got killed?
I guess they heard Roy was going to talk.
When?
About 45 minutes ago, over on 24th Street, right near Castro.
How?
Gizmo with a shotgun shell. Wired into the ignition. Pow.
Professional.
Llewellyn. He knew Roy was coming to us.
So why didn't he hit Roy?
He couldn't find him. Roy's been hiding underground.
That's where he'll probably stay, underground.
Then I figured on some downtime, Mr. Llewellyn. Clean hit and all, but the cops have got to put something together. They've got to figure that Hoyt Llewellyn contracted the hit. If they get your name.
Artie, how would you like Buenos Aires?
I'd like it fine.
And that's where it'll be. After you handle this Roy Chafee business.
This address is his hideout. If it's fresh.
10 minutes old. If he isn't there, he isn't anywhere.
You know, this is within 3 blocks of the hit. How's Abbey Grote going to take this? He used to be very close with the Chafee brothers.
Exactly right. Used to be. He's in my pocket now. Anyway, you don't have to handle him. I do. You handle that.
Got it.
Taped to the underside of the steering column. Shotgun shell.
Yeah, wired into the ignition. I've seen it before. Now, what we've got to know is, what have you got on Llewellyn?
Nothing. Zip. I might get lucky and lift the print of the metal part of the casing, but the pipe's been wiped. The wire is ordinary. Whoever rigged this must have worn gloves. They work fast and clean. You think Llewellyn has anything to do with it?
Jim, anybody see the guy who wired this?
Nobody remembers him, Steve. No description, but we're still checking.
Well, what about Frankie? Didn't anybody see him on the street? Somebody following him? Anything?
Yes, sir, there was a lady. She talked with him just before. My partner's trying to find her name.
You stay with it.
Yes, sir.
Mike, that surveillance request you put out on Art Stiles. I spotted his car, 900 block Church Street. You want an inspector team on him?
No. Steve, you tag him, okay?
Right.
Now, don't move in without me. We got nothing to bust him on.
Unless he goes after Roy.
Yeah, unless. I'm going to have a talk with Llewellyn.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Here, my keys. Thanks.
Lieutenant, I don't understand why you're so concerned. So concerned about me. I've been right here in this boat all day. Ask Abby.
And what about that gunsel of yours? What about Art Stiles?
Right here with me. And if you're considering rousting him like you are me, let me remind you that I have an attorney that's very, very sensitive. Very sensitive about harassment. Now, if you want to talk, be prepared to make an arrest and make it stick. Otherwise...
Sure, I met your lawyer. You were here too, huh? The three of you. See no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil. Grote, why did you stand by and let him scratch Frankie?
I'm out of it, Lieutenant. I hardly knew Frankie. Like Llewellyn says, nobody here knows from the Chaffees.
Roy Chaffee started you. He picked you up when you were hustling punch boards at a bucket throw and made you a bookie runner just like Frankie. Frankie stayed a runner, but not you. You moved up. You built your own organization.
Rumor. I got no organization.
Don't give me that rumor bit. I got your biography on booking slips. Now, you owe the Chaffees.
Sower of discontent, Abby. He's a sower of discontent.
Llewellyn here, he muscled in on Chaffees. He wants to take over all the gambling in the city. Didn't you know that? What's to stop him from cutting you out next?
Do I look worried?
Lieutenant, are you finished? Are you through playing taps for Frankie? And if you are, maybe you can find your way off this boat back to your car.
No. I've got a couple of minutes left on the meter. And I want you to understand that if you lay a hand on Roy Chaffee, I'm going to have your arm up to the elbow. So you just stay away from him. And keep your friend Stiles away from him, too. As for you, anybody that has you as a friend doesn't need an enemy.
He's on a fishing expedition. Abby, I'm sorry I didn't have time to tell you about this Frankie thing. It was one of those last-minute things. There was no other way. Roy was going to the police.
How'd you find out, Hoyt? How could you be sure?
Oh, I was sure. I had his phone tapped for over a year.
How about mine, Hoyt? You tapped my phone?
I didn't hear that. Now, tell me about Mason. We all set for tonight?
Sure. Shipyard, 10 o'clock. We'll take my car.
Oh, no. Not your car, Abby. My car.
Your car.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Art Stiles. I'm really sorry about being this late.
Oh, I think you must have the wrong apartment, Mr. Stiles.
No, I don't think so. You married Grace, right?
Mary Ray. Dortmunder.
Dortmunder? Oh, boy. I really blew it. Take a look at that.
Mary Grace, Littlefield. Oh, you're just one block off. This address is just down the street. We're close. Wrong girl, I'm afraid.
Wrong name. Right girl. Could I use your phone? And your phone book. I don't have the right number. Thanks, Mary Ray. It's nice. Very nice view.
Yes. I've been living here for 6 years. It's a lovely view. Can you find your number?
Yeah. Listen, is it okay if I say something? I mean, I usually say what I think straight out. Some people get, you know. What I'd really like to say is that I'd just as soon not make that phone call.
Well,
What I'd like to do is just sit here and talk. Whatever.
oh, I don't think you'd find that very interesting, Mr. Stiles. I'm a teacher. I was just correcting papers.
Well, what could it hurt? And I haven't been to school since I was 12. It could only help, Mary Ray.
Well, would you like some coffee?
Sure, it sounds good. Mary Ray, I like it here.
Hi. Okay, my friend. 3rd floor on the front. Doing what?
He's with a girl. Mary Ray Dortmunder.
Mary Ray Dortmunder. That's a crummy name for a go-go dancer.
She's a teacher. School teacher.
Well, that's better. Mary Ray Dortmunder. Now, that's a good name for a school teacher. But tell me, what is Stiles doing with a school teacher?
He's learning. Lessing ran her name for us, no record. Teaches at Everett Junior High, 31. No connection with Llewellyn or Chafee's as far as we know. This is the worst looking BLT I've ever seen.
Well, it's the best I could do.
Well, what else did you do?
Got nowhere. If Chafee is hiding out in San Francisco, he's dug himself a deep hole. Healy and Saletti are staked out at his house. And As far as we know, he hasn't been around for over a week.
You know, I was thinking, his wife's about to have a baby, right?
Yeah, so?
Well, doesn't it make sense that he'd want to see her? You know, see she's all right?
Possible. But if he does, Healy nails him. Say, how about Stiles? Does it look as though he's gonna hang around for a while?
Looks that way, yeah.
Good. What do you say we don't eat in the car for a change? Let's go somewhere where they've got a nice white tablecloth.
I'm with you. That sounds terrific.
You like that, eh? Yeah. I'll call in for relief. 8-1 to stakeout.
You're right. Of course, in a way. It is for children, but it has something to say to everybody. Sansbury wasn't only a children's writer. He was a pilot and an adventurer and a romantic. The Little Prince is about humanity and love.
Mary Ray, where do you live, anyway?
I'm not sure I follow.
I mean, you're talking about Byron, Lord Byron, and those sisters.
The Brontes.
All that fairyland thing. I mean, you live out here somewhere where the wallpaper never warps, the toilets don't back up.
Well, I just talk about what I believe, I guess.
You really know any people like you talk about? I mean, here, now, on this planet, in this city.
There are people who think the way I do.
Who? Teachers? Have you got a guy, Mary Ray?
I've sort of.
Well, now, you either got a guy or you don't.
I guess it is that simple, after all. No, I don't. I better clear the dishes.
Sure. Guess who's staying? I'm not going back to my place, Mary Ray. I like it here. But I have to make a call first. Hand me the telephone, would you? Thank you, Mary Ray.
Well?
How are you? How goes it?
You tell me, Artie.
Everything's fine. It's right on. I'm looking right down the barrel at Chafee's place this minute. If he's in there and he moves, he's dead.
Where are you calling from?
The chick's place. Looks right over Chafee's.
And, how are you going to handle that, Artie?
The chick? There's no problem.
If you score on Roy, you can't leave her, you know.
No, I know. I'll handle it.
Artie, maybe you better handle it now. Before.
I haven't let you down yet, have I, Mr. Llewellyn? You're seeing Mason tonight. Is he coming in with us?
Yeah, it's all set. I just got the final figures on the operation. The handle on the football and basketball pools alone come to nearly, get this, $1,000,006. Abby just walked in. We're leaving now.
I ought to be with you, Mr. Llewellyn. Abby Grote's a bag of snakes, and you know that.
Yeah, I know. But as long as you can keep the snakes in the bag, huh? Artie, you call me when everything's handled, huh?
Okay.
Everything, Artie.
Artie Stiles?
That's right, Abby.
You got him on Roy?
Roy? Roy Chafee?
Oh.
You know, Artie. He's with some girl.
10 o'clock, right? Sure.
don't like my driving.
You drive too fast, Hoyt. Oh, here's Mason.
Good.
Coming, Hoyt?
Just a minute, I can't get this seatbelt off.
Forget it, Hoyt. It isn't gonna release. Boys jimmied it.
Happy.
Stone was right. You can't dump everybody, Hoyt. That's for Frankie.
Hey! Tommy, wait a minute!
Let's go.
He can't come out. Roy was going to go to you people. He would have told you about Mr. Llewellyn. And we knew it would have meant a jail sentence for Roy. But Roy's not a big criminal like Llewellyn. He takes bets on horses and ball games. We make a living. But we don't kill. They kill. Frankie was a nice little guy. Why did they have to murder him like that?
Because they know how Roy thinks. The murder was to show him what would happen if he came to us, and Llewellyn was hoping he'd do exactly what he did.
He wanted him to hide.
Until they could find him, yes. When's your baby due?
Now. Today, tomorrow. If I told you where Roy is, and he told you what you want to know.
Then we could protect him. The other way, he's a walking target. This way, he has a chance. He can see his baby.
Yes? Who? Just a minute. Sergeant Hasigian.
Yeah, Norm. You're kidding. What pier? All right. No, I got nothing. Right. Divers found Llewellyn's body in the bay. He's dead. Want to call your husband and tell him?
Was Art Stiles with him? Then Roy stays right where he is. You come back, talk to me again when Stiles is dead, too.
Mrs. Chafee.
When everybody who can hurt Roy is in prison or dead, then come back.
Great, we got nothing to nail him on, and she wants him in prison or dead.
That's what the lady said. Anyway, I put 2 men outside.
Good. I wonder how Stiles will take this.
If Stiles wants to make a move, Helia flag us.
Yeah, that's him. That's Llewellyn. Looks like Grote used his golden rule before he could.
Which one's that?
Do unto others before they do unto you. Miss Dortmunder?
Yes?
Lieutenant Stone. Inspector Keller, homicide.
Oh, is it about Mr. Chafee?
Yes, it is.
I told one of your men. We collided on the sidewalk. He asked me if I had change for $1, and then he went to his car. The only time I ever saw the man.
You're a friend of Art Stiles. Did this friendship with him have anything to do with you being on 24th Street at that particular time?
No, of course not. What does Art Stiles have to do with that murder?
Well, we're not really sure, but we thought you might be able to help us.
Well, I can't believe that it isn't possible. He isn't like that.
Well, how well do you really know Arthur Stiles?
I know him.
Do you know how he makes his living?
I'm afraid there must be some mistake. The Arthur Stiles that I know...
Well, this is the Arthur Stiles that we're talking about.
I don't know anything about that murder. I don't think I want to talk about this anymore. If you'll excuse me, I have a faculty meeting. Excuse me.
You know, I don't really think she knew about this man.
She does now.
Who is it? Over there, behind those windows. Who is it?
What's the difference? It's nobody you know.
Touch that doorknob, Mary Ray, and I'll kill you where you stand. Lock it. Bring me the key.
That's why you're here. That's all you wanted. A room with a view.
Unit 4 is checked in and reports no movement by subjects. Inspectors 3-4 will assume surveillance. Will Inspectors 8-1 maintain position?
8-1 will maintain stakeout. You know, your hunch better be on the money.
Has to be first child.
Oh, you know all about that, huh?
No. Now, I just figure that a bookie's wife with this much heat on wouldn't use her phone. She'd figure either Llewellyn's guy's got it tapped or we do. This way, when she's ready to have the baby, she'll get in touch with him or she'll phone him somewhere.
Just a hunch, huh?
Yeah.
Not a bad one, buddy boy.
Well, thank you.
No, I don't know Roy Chafee, and no, he never did anything to me. It's just business.
Do you like it? This business?
I don't like it, and I don't hate it. I'm just in it.
I just wondered what makes a man want to murder two people he hardly knows. Money?
Ellen,
Is that...
you stay out of my head. You just sit there. Keep out of my way, and don't push. Hello. This is the answer service, right? Well, this is Art Stiles. No, you've already got me down for a call back, but why isn't Mr. Llewellyn picking up? Well, when did he pick up his calls last?
All right. When he calls, have him call me, huh?
There's a story by Ernest Hemingway.
Stories? What's this with stories? There's nothing real ever happened to you.
It's called The Killers. It's about a man named Swede. He's being chased by killers. He's running. The way you're running from the police.
8-1 to headquarters.
And Swede, he took jobs he hated in towns he didn't like. And the killers were always after him, chasing him.
Nobody's chasing me.
They're sure you killed Frank Chafee. Lieutenant Stone, Inspector Keller, they said so. They showed me your picture.
It was a clean hit. Nobody can put me with it.
They knew you were here. They'll know if you kill that man. If you kill me.
Who said I'd kill you?
Common sense says.
Look, Mary Ray, I didn't come up here to get it. Hello. This is Art Stiles again. Didn't Mr. Llewellyn check in yet? No, I haven't been listening to the radio for a while. When?
He finally gave up. Swede, he finally knew he couldn't run anymore. He just sat in his room and waited.
Shut up, Mary Ray. They hit the man I work for.
Well, then, doesn't that mean it stops, Art? Or do they have to kill you now? Or do you still have to kill that man across the street? Explain it to me. I don't understand.
I don't expect you to understand. It doesn't come in a book.
Well, tell me then. Doesn't it just go on until you're dead? And they're dead? And the men, your people, and their people higher are dead? Where does it stop?
It stops when everybody quits.
Then quit. Please.
I can't, Mary Ray. That man could have fingered my boss, put him away for life. He could do the same to me.
It's Angela. Are you all right?
Angela, where are you?
A phone booth on Sanchez. It's time, Roy. I have to go to the hospital. Llewellyn's dead, Roy.
Are you sure? You didn't hear that from Abby Grote, did you?
The police, Inspector Keller. He got the call right at the house. Abby must have done it, Roy. Why didn't you call him? See where you stand.
What about Art Styles?
I don't know. Can you come with me, Roy?
Okay, I guess. Yeah.
I'll be right there. Please call Abby. You got to know.
All right.
Did she put one coin in that box?
I think it was one, yeah.
Local call. Figures. He's right smack in the middle of 500,000 people. Did you say she knew all about Llewellyn?
She was right there when I got the word.
Great. This could break it wide open. Stay on that cab's bumper.
Art. Please. Please quit. Let it stop right here. I have a car. It's parked near the apartment. Take it.
Get on the phone. Find out when's the next flight out of here to L.A.
They leave every hour on the half hour.
Check it.
Wouldn't you know? A fire.
Mike, we're gonna lose him.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is Sanchez. Move right on the next one. Do you know that we're within 5 blocks of that place we're staking out?
That's why Style was hanging into the teachers.
You bet your sweet badge it is. He's sitting on Roy Chafee. Teacher. Art Styles and a teacher.
Jimmy, hold it.
He split.
He didn't get far.
Mike, he's got the girl.
Take the back stairs.
Right.
Art Styles.
Say, get him to the hospital and stay with him. You'd better take her, too.
Check PCE 616.
One to headquarters. In pursuit of a blue Maverick. California license number...
PCE 616.
PCE 616. Suspect, Art Stiles. Armed, dangerous. Has hostage. Probable destination, San Francisco International.
The airport?
That's what the telephone book said.
What?
Come on, just move it. I'll tell you later.
What does that mean? What do we do?
We? There's no we.
I thought you needed me as a hostage.
You think your being in the way would stop the guys in that car?
Well, we'll be lucky to get Stiles before he gets to the terminal.
Come inside, Mary Grace.
See if she knows where he's headed.
He said he was going to Los Angeles.
Drop it. Get over here. Turn around. Here, cuff this one. Take him to the hospital.
Flight 19, Flight 19, now arriving gate 2 from Chicago. Flight 19, Flight
Get this thing stopped.
now arriving gate 2 from Chicago.
Dick Paget, transfer the airline. Dick
Yeah, ever since she's been away to school and came home for Christmas holidays, why, we'd go somewhere where it was fancy. Top of the Mart, Ernie's, L'Etoile, just to kind of celebrate, you know.
It's very nice. I think you said her name was Jean.
I did, yes, Jean.
Well, anyway, she's been a med student this year, and they decided to spend the holidays with his folks.
She's very beautiful, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Tell me she takes after her mother.
Yeah. You know, I made a reservation about a month ago thinking that she and Brad would be home for the holidays. It would be crazy not to use it. The Island House, you know where it is? Have you ever been there?
No, I've never been there, Lieutenant.
Mike.
It's in Sausalito. It's got a beautiful view of the bay, sort of like a fairyland.
I guess I'd feel right at home then. You know what they say about teachers of literature.
Romantics, right? Well, what do you say to the three of us? I'll pick you up at 7:30.
That would be lovely. Thank you.
Oh, I showed you the picture, didn't I?
No, I've never seen that picture.
Oh, well, take a look.
I'm kidding you. I've seen it before. It's lovely. It's terrific.
Yeah, terrific. Terrific, yeah.
Tonight's episode, Letters from the Grave.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Alcatraz. The island was discovered by a Spanish naval officer who sailed into the bay in 1775. He named it La Isla de los Alcatraces, or the Island of the Pelicans. It was later bought by the Americans, and in 1853, Fort Alcatraz was built on the site where the main prison now stands. This was the main cell house built in 1909. Watch your step here, please. In the 1920s came the gangster era, and a more modern security system was needed, so the prison was completely remodeled. This is the area commonly called the dungeon, or the dark hole. The dampness that you feel down here is actually the ocean leaking in. The last repair work was done in 1955, and in the interest of public safety, we're replacing all those old sections.
Looks like you got a real puzzler, Mike. Seems your skeleton was an inmate, a prisoner. Name's Lou Kovic.
Kovic? It can't be.
Made a positive ID. Look for yourself. This is a dental x-ray taken when he entered Alcatraz in October 1954. I'll compare the bridge work. This is ours taken just this morning. And this looks like the blow that killed him. Been dead about
20 years.
That's close enough.
It's on the nose, 1955.
Now, how do you know that?
That was the year he was supposed to have escaped.
Sounds like you know him.
I did.
You know, I didn't know anyone had ever escaped from Alcatraz.
That's what most people think. Fact is, 5 guys made it off that rock, Alcatraz. No, excuse me, I take that back. Only 4, not counting Kovic.
No kidding. So what was Kovic in there for?
Murder. We were after a guy named Nick Lugo. Ever hear of him?
Lugo? Didn't he run the syndicate right after the war?
That's the guy. We thought we had him on a murder 1. And then all of a sudden, Kovic confessed. Blew our case right out of the water. He had a good lawyer, too. Got it down to a 2nd degree. So they shipped him off to Terminal Island.
Well, how'd he get on the rock?
Well, about a year later, he found out his wife had cancer. He wanted to see her before she died, so he made a break for it over the wall. They caught him, Alcatraz.
So then what happened?
Then nothing. I didn't hear about him until I read in the paper he had escaped. So he put a stake out around his house. He never showed. A couple of months later, his wife died. He never got there to see her. So we figured he drowned. Case closed.
Now it's open. 20 years after, it's open. So where do you want to start looking?
That's a good question. Where to start looking? You know, there must be a transcript of the investigation at the Hall of Records. Why don't you pick them up? And I'll go and talk to the family.
Wait a minute. Well, you know them too?
No, I don't know them. I just know the son. His son is a deputy DA. Lou Kovic, Jr. Mr. Kovic, Mike Stone, homicide.
Oh, sure, Lieutenant. Just a second. What can I do for you?
It's about your father.
My father?
Yes. His body's been found.
Where?
On Alcatraz.
On Alcatraz? That's impossible.
No, the lab made a positive identification.
No, it can't be my father. Not on Alcatraz. He escaped.
No, he didn't escape. The lab says he's been dead for 20 years.
That doesn't make any sense.
You can look at the x-rays for yourself if you like. But it was definitely your father.
But we have letters from him.
What?
Letters written after his escape. We get 2, 3 a year for 20 years now.
They've got his signature on them?
Not just his signature, his handwriting.
You have them?
No, my grandmother does.
They're all here, every one of them. You think they can help find Louis?
Well, we can try. Thank you.
Why don't we go outside? I'll be right back, Grandma.
Take your time. I'm not going anywhere. Nice to meet you, Lieutenant.
Nice meeting you, too, Mrs. Kovic.
Good luck.
Peru, Argentina, Mexico City, they're all from out of the country.
All from South America, Mexico. What do you make of them?
I don't know. But I think we ought to take some of these to forgery and find out what they have to say.
Hello? I came over as soon as I got your call.
John, this is Lieutenant Stone from the police department, my uncle, John Kovic.
Lieutenant. I see you've got his letters.
Yeah, Lou told me about them, and I thought we should take them to forgery.
Forgery? Why?
Well, they may be able to come up with a man who is copying your brother's handwriting.
And who's going to come up with a reason for that? I mean, what's the point?
Whoever killed Dad obviously wanted us to think he was still alive.
You know, maybe you can help us. I know it's going back a long way, but can you think of anything that happened to your brother before he went to prison that might have led to this?
No, I'm sorry, Lieutenant. My brother and I were not very close. Well, I mean, he had his friends, I had mine.
Mm-hmm. You know he did work for Nick Lugo.
Yes, but I didn't know Mr. Lugo.
May I take these with me?
Sure.
I'll be in touch.
What did you tell your grandmother?
Just that the letters might help us find Dad.
Well, it's just as well, because a shock like this could kill her, you know.
Who killed Dad? Was it Nick Lugo?
Why Lugo?
You said that when Dad went to prison and Mom got sick, he wanted to get out.
Well, that's got nothing to do with Nick Lugo.
John, I've had guys get in touch with me, try to make deals to get themselves out. I mean, it happens all the time. Do you think that's what Dad did?
What kind of a deal?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he knew something about Nick Lugo he thought he could trade for his release. Maybe he felt if he...
Please, will you let the police handle this? I don't know Nick Lugo, that's true. But I do know enough about him to tell you not to throw rocks at him, especially about something that happened 20 years ago.
That something that happened over 20 years ago was a murder, John. The murder of my father. If that doesn't mean anything to you, I don't understand.
Of course it means something to me. But you mean even more. What you are, what you have now, what you could have. Lou, I have worked very hard to help you have the kind of life you could be proud of. Now, that is something your father never had. All right, we wondered, where is he? Why doesn't he ever come to see us, to see you? Now we know the answer, don't we? And I should think knowing those answers would make it a lot easier for you. Come on, accept it, will you? Don't make your life any harder by trying to dig up the past.
Right here.
This place was under construction when COVID disappeared?
Oh, yeah. 1955, it sure was. Watch yourself. Here.
Well, whoever dumped him in there sure had to know about it.
Steve, didn't the transcript say that Kovic escaped from the infirmary?
That's right, yeah.
Could we take a look?
Sure, this way.
Okay, the guard on duty that night was a man named Stebbins.
That's right, Herb Stebbins.
You know him?
Not too well. Kept to himself pretty much. He wasn't too well liked.
What was his post?
Right out here.
And where would the bunks have been?
Over here.
Read what Stebbins had to say to the hearing board, will you?
Yeah. Okay. Question. When was it you discovered Kovic missing from the infirmary? And this is Stebbins' answer. The next morning. Question. Not that night? No. Question. Who discovered the loosened ventilator screen? Answer. I did. Question, what brought it to your attention? Answer, I couldn't figure any other way he could have gotten out, so I checked the screen and it was loose.
No way. Not through here. The only way he could have gotten out is through that door.
Yeah, but Stebbins was sitting out there.
That's right.
You mean Stebbins took him out?
And killed him.
How do you figure?
Couldn't be anybody else. Everybody was assuming that he went out through the ventilator shaft.
That's right. And knowing now that he didn't go out through that shaft, it could only be the guard.
Stebbins. Yeah, but wait a minute. Now, they found Kovic's shoes down by the beach. That couldn't have been Stebbins.
Yeah, but why not? The shoes weren't found until 2 days later. Stebbins dropped them there, someone else picked them up.
Yeah. That's easy. Guess that's why they call you guys detectives.
You know, we still got one big question, Mike.
Yeah, what's that?
Why?
Well, when we find this guy Stebbins, we'll know the answer.
Herbert Stebbins?
Who wants to know?
My name is Kovic. Lou Kovic.
Yeah.
That name doesn't mean anything to you?
Should it?
You knew my father.
Get out of here.
I want some answers.
I said get out of here.
Stebbins. Stebbins! Stebbins, I'll be back. You hear me? I'm with the district attorney's office. I'll get a warrant if I have to. You're going to answer some questions.
Lieutenant, guy's name is Stebbins, Herbert Stebbins, lived at 33412.
Who identified him?
The man over there says he saw it happen, hit and run. Got the license number and the make on a car.
What are you doing here?
Probably the same thing you are. I came to talk to Stebbins.
And what did he have to say?
Nothing. He wouldn't let me in. So I went back to my car. I was just leaving. I saw him come out of the apartment and a car hit him.
See the driver?
No, he was headed the other way. It wasn't an accident, Lieutenant. I got the license, gave it to the officer. I'd appreciate it if you put out an APB.
Get it out. Now listen. The next time you get a line on anybody, you come to us. Let us handle it, will you?
I'll let you handle the letters, Lieutenant. I haven't heard anything on those
That's
yet.
because we didn't hear anything about them yet. The minute we do, we'll let you know. In the meantime, you just stay out of it. I don't want to find you lying dead in the gutter like Stebbins.
Can I help you?
Yeah, I want to see Nick Lugo.
Mr. Lugo's busy. Something I can do for you?
I'm from the district attorney's office.
That's a name out of the past.
You read today's paper?
Yeah.
Who killed him?
Why ask me?
He worked for you.
Look, kid, that was 20 years ago. A lot of water's gone under the bridge since then. To tell you the truth, I thought your old man went out to sea with it. Hey, kid, your old man and me were close, very close. As far as I'm concerned, they don't make him like Luke Howick anymore.
So who would have wanted him dead?
I don't know.
I don't suppose you know a man named Herbert Stebbins.
Stebbins? No, what's he do?
Nothing anymore. I just saw him get run down in the street. He used to be a guard on Alcatraz. He was the guard who testified as to how my father was supposed to have escaped.
Well, I guess you're right. I don't know him. His card says you're with the DA's office. Does he know you're here?
No. It's not official yet, but I have a theory, Mr. Lugo. If my father was murdered, there had to be a reason. I think the reason is he never killed anybody. I think he took a rap. I also think he might have changed his mind about doing someone else's time, and that cost him his life.
You think I killed him, is that it?
That's it.
I'm a businessman, not a killer. Maybe you ought to take one of my cards. You want a piano? I get you the finest right from Berlin. Tape recorder right off the boat from Japan.
He was doing time for you. He stood up for you.
You're trying my patience, kid. You're a lawyer. You ought to know you ain't got enough to go to court with. So why bring your case to me?
I don't know how much I can prove, Mr. Lugo, or how long it's going to take me. But I'm not going to stop trying.
You do know the way out.
They were all written by the same hand, the left hand.
Southpaw.
You can tell by the way the pen dug into the paper. See? That happens when a left-hander tries to copy a right-hander's slant.
Well, that must narrow it down.
Some.
What about this paper? Can that be traced?
Ordinary stationery, you can pick it up anywhere. But those postmarks, now they interest me. They're definitely forged, but they weren't sketched. They were cut and stamped to make them look like the real thing.
Yeah, well, can that be traced?
The engraver's strokes, Ken, the style, how the tools were used.
Oh, that's my phone.
Okay, sounds good. Let us know, will you?
Will do, Steve.
Homicide, Lieutenant Stone.
Listen, Mike, you know that hit-and-run death?
Stebbins? Yeah. What about him?
It isn't Stebbins.
Well, who is it?
Man named Wilcox. Homer Wilcox. I checked. He's got a minor police record. Vagrancy, plain drunk, that sort of thing, but definitely not Stebbins.
Bernie, do me a favor, will you? Keep the lid on this until I find out what's going on down here.
Listen, that was DMV calling back, and that Stebbins car was stolen.
Right car, wrong guy. Come on.
What?
I'll fill you in on the way. Let's go.
Hello. This is Stebbins. We gotta talk.
Yes?
Police. You live here?
No, upstairs. I manage the apartment.
You might be just the man we want to talk to, Mr.
Greeley, Al Greeley.
Mr. Greeley, I'm Lieutenant Stone. This is Inspector Keller.
Hi. It's about the killing, huh?
Uh-huh. Did you see the body?
No, I wasn't here.
Now, the man's name was Wilcox, Homer Wilcox. He was supposed to have been here just before it happened.
Hey, wait a minute. You mean Stebbins ain't dead?
Looks that way.
Oh.
So what are you doing, collecting the rent?
No, I can get what I can. He owes about 3 months.
You have a roommate, Stebbins?
No, no one in particular.
What about Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, that's just a name. You know, these guys come and go. Know what I mean?
How long has Mr. Stebbins lived here?
Oh, a good part of 3 years, I guess. Maybe more.
Who's this girl, Phyllis?
Oh, Phyllis. That's his wife. She left him about a year ago. Couldn't take any more. I don't blame her.
You don't know where she's living now?
The last I heard, she was somewhere in Sausalito.
That's been a long time. I haven't seen Herb since he broke in looking for my food stamps. Lousy food stamps. Gonna sell them and buy more booze.
When was this?
Oh, about 2 months ago. What did he do?
We just want to ask him some questions about when he was working on Alcatraz. You were married to him then, weren't you?
If you could call it that.
Well, his personnel record said he resigned in '58.
Oh, that's wrong. He was canned.
Well, he said he resigned.
Well, they told him if he didn't resign, they'd can him. It's the same thing.
Why did they ask him to resign?
They said he was unfit. They were right, too. He isn't fit for anything. You know, there was a time when he could have made something out of himself. He came into some money, $10,000. But he blew it all on booze and the track and other women.
10,000. Now, when was this? When he was working in Alcatraz?
No, just after he quit.
10,000 bucks. That's not much for a hit.
Oh, that was plenty in those days.
So what do you figure? Lugo puts a contract out on Kovic.
Who else?
Because maybe Kovic, he doesn't want to do any more time for Lugo.
Maybe.
Then he tries to close the book on Stebbins because he didn't think it was going to be opened again.
Well, it makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. One thing is I can't figure out those letters. Can you?
No, they don't fit.
Well, still early. You want to try those bars you said Stebbins would go to?
Yeah, I guess so. But that's a long shot. You know that, don't you? My guess is that he's looking for a way out of town.
You said you'd take care of me.
You know something, Stebbins? I honestly thought I had.
What you give me 20 years ago?
How far can you spread 10 grand?
So now you want more?
They found the body. You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Lugo knows it too, and he's after me. Listen, you gotta talk to him. You gotta tell him I won't say anything. You gotta tell him all I need is enough to blow town. I'll find a hole. They won't turn me. He doesn't have to worry.
I don't think he's worried about you, Herb. I doubt if he even knows your name.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? I did it for Lugo, right? Hey, what's going on? Hey, what are you doing?
Something I probably should have done 20 years ago.
Hey, no.
Well, good morning.
Not so good. You're late. Coast Guard pulled in a floater.
Stebbins.
Yeah. He took a dive last night about the same time we were warming bar stools.
Suicide?
Not with 238 slugs in his back.
Lugo got to him.
Looks that way.
Anybody see it happen?
Nope.
Find a gun?
Nope.
So you got any ideas what we should do?
Yeah. We get the Lugo, and you drive.
Police.
How did you know?
Well, uniform. Never changes. Like some faces don't change much either, huh? Mike Stone, isn't it?
That's right. Steve Keller.
I was looking for you boys yesterday when I first heard about Lou Kovic.
You didn't hear anything about it before yesterday?
That's when they found the body, isn't it? How could I heard before?
Well, we thought you might remember hearing about it when it actually happened. You know, through the grapevine.
You know, Alcatraz, the water between us, hard to keep contact with anybody.
You never went out to visit Kovic?
My lawyer didn't think it was too smart.
Smart lawyer.
He was. He died a while back himself, heart attack.
When was the last time you saw Kovic?
You know, seems to me my new lawyer might not want me getting into this conversation.
Why is that? Afraid we might turn up some more bodies?
You know, Stone, you've been dealing in dead bodies too long. You got them on the brain. Why don't you just tie down a nice, comfy job at a desk? Better yet, pull your pin, take the pension, relax and play some golf. And get off my back about something that happened 20 years ago.
You're a little touchy, aren't you?
You too, kid. Maybe you haven't learned yet, but some cases never get solved.
I'll tell you what I have learned, Mr. Lugo. There's no such thing as a perfect crime. There's always somebody willing to talk to save their own neck. Somebody to talk about Kovic, somebody to talk about Stebbins.
Oh, yeah, I heard about Stebbins. That was the guard on the rock that got run down yesterday. Well, you can't tie that on me. I don't even drive.
Run down? Somebody told you he was run down? That's funny, isn't it?
There you go. Just what I was saying. There's always somebody willing to talk, even if they got the wrong story.
That's right. We fished Stebbins out of the bay this morning. 2 slugs in his back. The guy that you're talking about was his friend.
Whatever. I didn't know either of them.
You do know where you were last night?
Oh, yeah, I was at a banquet. A friend of mine's running for Congress. Want names and addresses?
No, that's all right. We can get the names and addresses from your friends, people you pay.
We'll be seeing you. Oh, listen. Say hello to Paul Andrews, will you? He is your new attorney, isn't he?
Stone, stick it in your ear.
So, what do you think?
I think I've been neglecting your education. Haven't you seen the size of our files on open cases?
Yeah. Thought it was worth a shot.
Yeah, Mr. Kovic, please. Tell him Nick Lugo is calling.
It's 81 to headquarters.
Go ahead, A1.
Yeah, our 1020 is Battery in Greenwich. The suspect is aware of our car. Could you get an unmarked one down here for surveillance?
10-4, A1. On the way.
I'll take this one downtown. You stay with the second one. Anybody that rolls into Lugo's place, you get the license number and get on the horn. Anybody that rolls out, get with them.
Kovic? Yeah, I remember him. Used to work for Nick Lugo. Too bad. Always kind of hoped he'd made it.
You work for Lugo, too. What can you tell me about him?
Look, guy can get hurt talking about Nick Lugo at the DA's office, you know.
A guy can get well, too. You're coming up for parole, aren't you?
Yeah.
A nice friendly letter from my office wouldn't hurt, would it, Mr. Maddox?
What is it you're looking for?
A motive. A reason why Nick Lugo would want to kill my father.
Could be lots of reasons. The Kovic brothers were moving up pretty fast at the time.
Wait a minute. Kovic brothers?
Yeah. Lou and Johnny. That's who we're talking about, ain't it?
Yeah, right. Go on.
Well, the two of them, they were running numbers in the Tenderloin. Lugo liked their style, so he took them both in.
You sure John Kovic was in on it?
Well, sure, I'm sure. He took care of the business end. Now, you take Lou, he had the moxie. Johnny, he had the smarts. Kept his nose clean. Real smart, that Johnny was.
Your memory going bad in your old age, Johnny?
Nick.
You forget how far you got? You forget who set you up in that fancy insurance business and got you your first clients?
I never meant for it to touch you.
How did Lou's kid know so much?
Well, he's smart.
Too smart.
Look, I'll tell him he's wrong.
I told him already. He don't listen.
Nick, there's no need to hurt him. He doesn't know anything. And now that Stebbins is gone, he hasn't got a way of proving anything.
Stebbins, you said you bought a guard to kill him. To kill Lou. That was him?
Yeah.
And then that hit blows up in our face after all this time. Then you get sloppy getting rid of him, too.
I hadn't seen the man for 20 years. When that other guy came out of the building, I thought that...
You got sloppy, Johnny. You got sloppy. You playing with my life.
You're still alive. You're still free. If I hadn't taken care of Lou, you'd be dead by now. We're still doing time.
Okay. I trust you, Johnny. I don't trust the kid.
I tell you, he doesn't have anything.
He's got the DA's office. He's got a hard-nosed cop digging at me from the other side. I don't need that. I don't need all that, Johnny.
Don't ask me to hurt him, Nick. Please don't. I raised him like he was my own son.
I guess you had to, didn't you? You made him an orphan. He knows what he has to do. Make sure he does it.
You just missed a phone call from your nephew. He said it was urgent.
Get him back for me, will you?
He called from a payphone at the Alcatraz Ferry building. He said it was important, though. He has a transcript he wants to go over with you, and he wants you to meet him there as soon as possible. I checked the ferry service, and there's a boat leaving every half hour, and your afternoon's free.
Thank you.
This is a stiff one, Kelvin. Tampering with the mail.
Mail?
Forging postmarks, that's a good 10 years.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I never tamper with any mail.
Yeah, what is it? Here's a visitor's report from the Bureau of Prisons. It doesn't look like he had that many friends.
One name?
Yeah, and that covers the last 90 days like you asked for.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Lieutenant, I've been clean a long time, right? Now, you know I've been clean. I'm not going to get into anything that pulls a stretch like messing with the mail.
About the job, Kelvin.
A friend. He wasn't going to hurt nobody. That's the way it was put to me. It wasn't like a guy's checkbook or anything.
You say you never tampered with the mail?
Oh, I swear.
Then it must have been hand-delivered.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I wasn't there. I just made the stamps look right, and then I wrote what he told me.
Who?
I can't give you that.
This name, you recognize it?
No, I didn't give you this. I'll tell you everything else. But I didn't give you that name.
Inspector 81.
Lieutenant Stone requests you meet him at 111 Sutter Street.
111?
That is correct.
All right, could you put me in direct contact with the lieutenant as soon as possible?
10-4. Headquarters to Inspectors 8-1B. Inspectors 8-1B.
Inspectors 8-1B.
We have communication with Inspector Keller. Go ahead.
Mike,
Steve, what is it?
this address on Sutter.
John Kovic's office building. You just about there?
Been there and gone. Listen, this Kovic, is he sort of a stocky guy, gray hair in his 50s?
Right.
I got him in my sights now, but a couple of Lugo's guys are following him.
Where are you?
I'm heading down Kearney towards the bay.
You hang with them. I'll hook up with you.
Got on the ferry and Lugo's boys are with him.
Inspectors 8-1 to headquarters.
Headquarters, go ahead.
I'm at Pier 41. Get me a chopper.
Roger, Inspector.
This is it. Home sweet home.
Lou, even if this place had any answers, they've been buried for 20 years. Lou?
Oh, it's up here. 3rd tier.
Set her down right there.
This was his. Last days of his life spent right here.
You said we had something to go over. Let's get on with it, all right?
Something about this place bother you?
Just don't see the point.
The point is that he was here. And you were out there.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Kovic brothers. Lou and Johnny. That's what your friends called you, right? Johnny? That's what Nick Lugo called you. You both worked for him, didn't you? It wasn't just that. And he didn't kill anybody either. He took a fall for Lugo. Did him a favor. Did you ever do a favor for Lugo yourself, Johnny?
You go that way.
I've prosecuted a lot of people. I've heard a lot of lies. I thought I could see it in any man's face now. But maybe you're less than a man, huh? How? How could you do it?
Listen to me, Lou.
No more lies! These lies you fed me all my life finally gave me the truth. Do you know that? They were finally good for something. They told me it was you and not Lugo. Whoever wrote these had to have a purpose. There wouldn't be any for Lugo. But there would be for you. As long as I got these, I'd always be looking for my father. Instead of the man who killed him. More friends, Johnny?
Your father made a deal. And then he tried to get out of it.
So you made your deal.
What do you know? You've had everything handed to you your whole life. I handed it to you, not him. He couldn't have given you anything. He wasn't smart enough to make it. He never could have made it. But you're right about one thing. He didn't kill anybody. I don't suppose you'd let me go to Lugo and try to fix things now, would you? Okay. Just one more thing. Forgive me.
Hold it! Dump it! Come on!
All right, it's all over! Now you just throw that right over the side.
You see Coit Tower up there? Just to the left of it. That's where we lived. I was only 8. I could look out the window and see this place. I used to wonder if my father was looking back at me. I remember the day I heard he escaped. I stayed up all night waiting for him to come home and take me away with him. I always wondered why he never did. When we get back, I'll swear out a statement. That and what Lugo's men just did should be enough for you to pick him up and hold him.
What are you going to tell your grandmother?
I don't know.
What about the truth? Can't be any harder than sitting at that window, can it?
No? No, I guess not.
Malden, Harry Rose. Tonight's episode, The Bullet.
Now, what kind of a thing is that? No, of course not. But I do want to talk to you.
Look, I just want to get
got the dandiest notion. Clipped an article out of the school paper, from your college. Jeff, we're going to get you a better job.
Now, look, I read the article. I don't want the position.
Well, you haven't given it as much thought as I have. We got to think about Alice, Jeff. Your future. Alice has been a good wife to you. She's gone without. She's put up with our limited means. But head of the department, it's a wonderful opportunity, and the salary is $2,800 a year more than we're making now.
Not interested.
$2,800. It still only brings your payments to $185 a month, son.
No.
Jeff, you've got to consider it. Now, look, you're eligible for the advancement. You've passed up better positions twice now, son.
No. It means opening up my records. As long as I stay just what I am, nobody cares what I've been.
Jeff. That's odd. I don't have anybody scheduled. Jeff, would you mind stepping over here into the kitchen, please, and waiting just a few minutes? Yep. Mr. Dayton? That's right, sir.
Foreman.
I never met Dr. Borman, but he's 58 years old. You're not. I made it very clear to Dr. Borman he was to come in person. This is a confidential relationship. You got a tape recorder in that briefcase?
I'll take the file.
All right. Just put the gun away. I'll get it.
A cop, huh? Dayton was a cop.
Yeah, he was on the beat when I was. In 1959, he took a bullet in the gut in the liquor store holdup. Drew light duty after that.
Let me guess, records, right?
Mm-hmm, you guessed right, records. 4 years ago, Internal Affairs got wind of something, and he resigned under pressure. Steve, take a look at this. Newspaper clippings. Right up to date on everybody that he's had a record of. My guess is that he nailed everyone who was beginning to make it.
Blackmail.
Mm-hmm, blackmail. I wonder what it is that makes a guy go wrong.
You know somebody tore off today's date already?
Say, maybe the lab can make something from the impressions.
Mike, how about it? Can we roll with the body now?
Yeah, thanks, Doc.
Fellas are finished with the pictures and the measurements.
That bullet's been pried out. Check the others, will you, buddy boy?
Think this one's still in here. Yeah. Charlie, you gonna be able to pull this one out?
Yeah, we'll get it. Lieutenant?
Yeah.
You might want to have a look at the kitchen floor before we scrape it. We've got some blood evidence in there.
But Dayton died over here. What's blood doing in the kitchen? This the only place?
No, there's some more by the rear door. He must have gone out that way.
Wait a minute. Where's the slug that came through this door?
You got me. We have a clean hole, obvious entry and exit, and the bullet got lost.
What do you mean, got lost? Bullets don't get lost.
Maybe it spent and fell.
Now we've checked the entire floor.
Then there must have been a third person. Someone was here, got hit, and got out with our bullet.
We got ourselves a witness.
Better than that, we've got a witness with a bullet in him.
Could have been somebody who worked for him.
Could be. Or somebody who's got an appointment on this calendar.
I'm home.
Oliver Lake was here. The young boy that you were supposed to tutor at 1:15.
So I blew $10.
Well, that's a great attitude. That's really great. I'm going to the market. Did you cash a check yesterday?
What?
I said, did you cash it? I'll be at the store. Jeff, would you come out, please?
I'll see you when you get back.
I think we better talk.
Not now.
Now. It's just too much money, Jeff. Well, for too long a time.
Alice. Later. Okay. Later.
Jeff, if it's someone else, then tell me. Oh, you have... What happened?
I'm not sure what happened. There's a bullet in my shoulder.
I'll get Phil.
No! Doctors have to report gunshot wounds, Alice.
But you need medical attention. You can't live with a bullet in your shoulder.
Well, I'll just have to try.
Phillips, what does that say, Phillips?
Phillips, Williams, Borman.
Phillips, Williams, and Borman, huh? Good. How about the blood?
The blood scrapings from the kitchen floor are type AB.
Well, is that common or uncommon? What?
Rare. 4% of the population.
4%.
Charlie, what about the bullet they dug out of the wall in the study?
Yeah, what about that?
38, police positive. We ran it against Dayton's gun and got a match. 1 cartridge fired.
Dayton shot once, the killer shot twice. The witness's blood is AB. Good. Let's run this type against the 3 names.
Looks like a cop finally found a way to zap the policeman's pension fund.
That's not funny, Johnson. You know what the papers and TV would do with that, don't you?
I'm sorry, Mike.
It's just not funny. Now, we got 3 names, 1 blood type against 3 possibles. That's Phillips. We'll let Healy and Lessing take him. Then there's Borman and, who's that?
Williams.
Williams. Borman and Williams. We'll take those 2.
You think we're really on solid ground with this Dayton blackmail thing?
Gotta be. His books have him dragging down over $40,000 last year.
$40,000?
$40,000 in dribs and drabs. $100 a month here, $200 there, and the topper is there's no record of him paying any income tax. Hey, Dan, got the coroner's report?
Being typed. I'll pick it up in 10 minutes.
Let me have what you've got on Phillips and Williams.
I'm just looking through this stuff at Dayton's. Looks like a cop finally found a way to make a decent living.
Dan. It's 5 minutes to the coroner's office and 5 minutes back. That's 10 minutes.
Okay, Mike.
And on the way, check at the desk and find out if any doctors called in on gunshot wounds.
Right.
Phillips, Albert A. Conviction of child molestation, 63. To year Chino. Probation concluded in 66.
Put Lessing on it.
Right. Williams, Jeffrey David. Murder 2. Conviction 1943.
I was just 18 then. Didn't even have my driver's license yet. I was sitting in the car waiting. I heard the shots from inside the gas station. 3 shots. Jimmy ran out, jumped in the car, and we drove up. Is there any of that bourbon left, Alice? I could use something.
Of course, I'll get it.
Well, we sideswiped another car a few miles away. A police car took off after us. Jimmy lost control. We ran off the road, turned over. Jimmy was killed. I was arrested.
And you had nothing to do with the shooting.
It'd be hard to deny it. I needed a fix as badly as Jimmy did.
What?
I was an addict, Alice. Almost 2 years then. Before it was fashionable. Anyway, the gun was found in the car and the money from the gas station registered. It was an easy conviction.
How long were you in prison?
4 years. Another 8 on probation.
It's hard to believe all of this.
Well, maybe it shaped me up. Turned me around, anyway. I stayed straight, went after a degree, got my master's. Then Harley Richards put his neck on the line for me. Junkies with felony convictions are not highly regarded by college administrators, but he was determined to have me in his department, and being dean of the college, he kept my records closed. No one there knew about my conviction.
I see. No wonder you were so upset when he died. But then, this man, Dayton, when did he first start calling you?
About 6 years ago, just when it looked like I was going to start making it. There was some conjecture in the college paper about offering me a full professorship.
But you didn't accept. Of course. Of course, that's why you never accepted. Because you were afraid of what the regents might find out. But that had nothing to do with my being too ambitious or your being afraid of facing responsibility. Oh, darling, I've said such awful things to you. I'm so sorry.
No, Alice, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't tell you a long time ago. For all the money that went to Dayton, money that should have been yours. All the nice things I wanted you to have.
It doesn't matter. It's over now, All over. Now we just have to get you to a doctor.
No.
Oh, yes, we
Alice,
will.
I'm not going to throw it all away now. Maybe later, when we can get away. After final exams, we can go somewhere and have the bullet taken out. Later.
You know, Mike, there's no record of payment on this guy Borman. Last name on the ledger, today's date.
Never kicked in any money, eh?
There's no appointments with him in Dayton's calendar up until now either.
I couldn't find a dirt file on him.
Coroner's report. Hey, Mike, that stuff I said before about Dayton.
Forget it, Dan. Just forget it. But if by any chance you're thinking of moonlighting out of R&I, just remember that Dayton got his last payment in one lump sum.
Well, if the end of that finger is either 22 or 32 caliber, that'd make it about right. Coroner says that Dayton was killed instantly, single gunshot wound, apparently 22 to 32 caliber bullet. Even though the slug wasn't recovered, he figures by the clean exit it was a steel jacket.
How much money do you have on the body?
530 cash, another 100 and a half in plain envelope.
Time of death?
Between 11:30 and 1:30. Got a suspect?
Yeah. Dr. Marvin Borman.
Spell it out.
Manslaughter, drunk driving, 59, did 11 months in probation. But listen to this. 63, conspiracy to commit assault and battery. Borman hired a Jerry Casey to commit assault on Gordon Dawson, a man who threatened to bring malpractice charges.
Number one. He's our number one. A guy with a record. He's due for his first appointment with a blackmailer, but he doesn't go in with cash, he goes in with a gun. Come on, buddy boy. We got our first house call to make.
Room 105, please.
Doctor?
Yes.
You're late.
I had a patient in labor. I'm sorry. It was a difficult delivery.
Mine wasn't. Your file's here, and I want the balance on account. Meet me in 45 minutes at the base of the cross on Twin Peaks.
Just a minute. Yes. Have them wait outside, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Problem, Doctor?
Do you know any reason why the police should be here?
No, do you? 45 minutes, Doctor.
Yes?
Lieutenant Stone, this is Inspector Keller. I believe you knew a James Dayton.
No, I don't think I do.
Well, that's very strange, because you had a 2 o'clock appointment with him today.
Gentlemen, I don't know what this is about, but I'm pretty certain that I can prove that I was at my hospital from 10 o'clock this morning till just a few moments ago. And I never met this man, I'm sure. Never.
Well, how about phone calls? Did he call you to discuss your prison record?
No.
Dr. Borman, may I ask you your blood type?
No, you may not ask me my blood type.
Well, do you object to being examined by a police physician?
Yes, I object very strenuously, just as strenuously as I object to these insinuations. Now, if I'm a suspect, I'm entitled to counsel. Isn't that the truth?
That is the truth, Dr. Borman. And you know, I think that you were probably in your hospital when Dayton was killed. And I tell you what else I think. I think that you hired someone to deal with a blackmailer.
That is not true.
Here, let me throw that away for you.
Wait, no, that's mine. Give me.
I'm sorry. I thought you were through with it by now.
When can I call my attorney?
As soon as we've got you booked. Now, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be held against you in the court of law.
Mike, it's the Capri Motel. Piece of paper said room 105.
Can you describe him for us?
Yes, I'd say he's about 40, 6'2", graying hair, nice looking.
Smith.
Yes, sir, that's the name on the register.
Phone calls?
No locals. One long distance. Kansas City, I think.
Would you have a record of that call? Possibly the name?
Yes, I certainly do. The number, anyway. Shall I get the book?
It would be very helpful. Thank you, please.
Kansas City newspaper. Magazines. Mike, look at this.
Compartment?
Two cartridges fired. I think we just scored.
Scored? Nah. We're not even within field goal range.
I guess you're right, circumstantial. But if that bullet matches the gun...
Good as an eyewitness. I just hope he doesn't know about our third man, because if he does, there goes our ball game.
He's gonna be looking for that bullet, too.
Get this wrapped up quick. Call a stakeout unit. If he shows, nail him on the spot.
See, we found a full set of his books. And also there was $150 in an envelope in Dayton's pocket.
I have nothing to say, Inspector, except that I didn't kill him.
I believe that. But I think you were there behind that kitchen door.
Your blood type's AB, Mr. Williams, was on your record. It was also on the kitchen floor.
Mr. Williams, we have the gun that we think killed Dayton. And that bullet could tie it all together for us.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
You know you can be subpoenaed.
If you have a case. But you need the bullet for that, don't you?
Mr. Williams, I can understand how you feel and why you'd like to keep it quiet and to yourself, but you do understand, don't you? That you could die with your secret.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean that Mr. Williams...
The man who shot Dayton has the original calendar page. And if we can find your husband, so can he.
If he's fool enough to stay around looking. I think he'd want to be as far away as possible, as quickly as he could get there.
Well, he's a pro. And pros aren't in the habit of leaving loose ends, and you're a loose end.
It's a very good deduction, Lieutenant, but just theory.
Lieutenant, could I just have a minute alone with my husband?
I don't have a minute, Mrs. Williams, and I don't think your husband does either. I don't want the coroner to give me that bullet. I want it from him right now, so come along. We're going to the hospital.
I don't think so, Lieutenant. You don't have that authority. You're a policeman. I shouldn't have to tell you the law.
The law?
I did some checking, and it seems that among our other personal guarantees in this country is the guarantee that our bodies are inviolate. Not even the Supreme Court can force a man to submit to a surgical operation. That's the law, gentlemen. And I'm sure that as officers sworn to uphold it, you won't do anything to make me break it.
Get a hold of the DA?
And Judge Carlson, I got a unanimous verdict.
Williams was right.
The rights of homo corpus, man's body, are inviolate. Mike, we can't touch him.
Homo corpus, huh? Great.
No way to break him.
Not the way I read it. The man we're talking about has coughed up almost $10,000. He had to live with this pressure for almost 6 years.
Yep, that'd make him pretty hard, all right.
Yeah, too hard to break just because he's got a bullet in his arm. I guess that makes our job much easier, doesn't it? All we've got to do is find the killer.
Well, maybe Kansas City will come through.
Yeah, did you get word yet?
Yeah, the number's listed to a guy named Sid Winters. He's a big honcho in the local rackets. They're pulling photos on guys he runs with that fits our description.
Let me brighten your day, Lieutenant. The lab says the gun you brought in could be the murder weapon. Those 2 shells were high-velocity load, and both bullets did wear steel jackets.
Terrific. That means the bullet in Williams' shoulder could do it for us.
Williams, that's the second guy on the list, right?
That's right.
He took the slug?
Yeah, he took it right out of the case.
What?
The rights of homo corpus. You can't cut a man open if he doesn't want to be cut open. So, Mr. Sunshine, what else you got to brighten my day?
How about that? Not much. I did see the other fellow, Phillips. He was there just like the calendar said, 12 o'clock sharp, got hustled right out. Apparently, Dayton liked to keep everybody apart, didn't want anybody to see anybody else. Kind of like a shrink, you know?
Did you check out the Phillips story?
He says he went straight to a business meeting. Lessing's on it now. You got this Borman in the tank, don't you?
We got nothing without the bullet. Borman won't talk, and Williams won't talk either.
Oh, Lieutenant, Kansas City just called. They're sending in a picture. Coming through, Casey.
Well, that looks like the man the motel manager described.
Yeah, we'll get it under her nose for a positive.
How you doing, Kansas City? Good, good. This is Inspector Keller. We have some prints we want to check against this man. What's his name? Coyle, Victor A. That's C-O-Y-L-E? Right. Well, could you send us his full jacket, please, and maybe run another one of these through? Thank you. We're putting out an APB. Suspicion of murder.
Yes? Would you come with me, please? What for? Just a few questions.
Police?
That's right. Any place that's private, we... Oh, this is fine.
Hey, what's going on? I told you, fellas, I didn't see anybody.
Move it.
I haven't seen any ID.
Who are you? Inside.
Seems we're late again. I apologize for keeping you past the hour, but I think the extra review will reflect itself favorably in your blue books next week. This will only take a minute. I'd hoped I'd made myself clear, Lieutenant. I guess I don't use the language as effectively as I thought.
It's my turn to be clear, Mr. Williams. The man that you won't help us find just killed somebody else.
First name on the list, Albert Phillips.
He stripped him to the waist after he shot him. Does that tell you anything?
He wants that bullet, Mr. Williams. He knows it can convict him.
No.
No, what do you mean, no? Phillips is dead and you're next on that list.
I can't make a public testimony.
Well, you don't make sense. You know that, Mr. Williams? You don't make any sense at all. Now, if the lead in that bullet doesn't tell you, the next one will, because it's going to be right on target.
If I give it to you, what kind of a target will I be, Lieutenant? Now, it's a standoff, gentlemen. You can't use coercion by the school authorities, and you can't give it to the press. That'd be harassment. So, wait here a moment.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Let's see,
There was really only one other thing I wanted to touch on, I guess. You remember our discussion of Ezra Pound?
He's a poet. I know.
You're also impressed with his erudition, his easy use of recondite images.
Something like a Tokyo Rose, right? See, I told you, I know.
You marveled at this contemporary man's command of the classics, the prodigious amount of work, the undeniable genius. And you all agreed that he was more than deserving of his rank as one of the greatest American poets of the 20th century.
Did you ever read any of his poetry? Who has time to read any of his poetry? I barely have time to read booking slips.
And yet this man was denied that reputation in his own country. Why? Mr. Miller?
Some people thought he was a traitor.
Some people?
Most people, I guess.
No guess, Mr. Miller. Truth. And why?
The propaganda broadcast he did for the enemy during World War II.
Right. An action which people could not forgive. And what does this tell us about people? Mr. Garrow?
Don't know.
Well, let me bring it a little closer to home. Some of you have found enough in this class to enroll with me for the American novel. But what if you discovered that I had a criminal record?
It's criminal when you hand out those low grades, man.
Well, think about it. Suppose that at one time I had been a junkie.
Pretty heavy fiction.
Let me lay it on a little heavier. What if I'd been involved in a killing, had actually been found guilty of murder? Would it still be the same between us? Or would you find yourself saying, this man who pleads for ethical conduct, for scrupulous morality, who demands that I plumb the depths of my ability to reason, this same man has been found guilty by society of having acted without reason? Would you say to yourself, why should I listen to him? Mr. Miller?
I'd have to think about that. Yeah.
And what about the Regents? What'd they think about it?
Forget it, baby. School's out.
I guess the point can't be made any more succinctly than that. What a man is or does in private becomes a part of his public image. Good or bad, it's on the record. And whether that's good or bad, I leave you to think about. Well, that's it. Except that it's been a pleasure having you all this semester. Good luck on the finals.
Maybe we could get out of here, all right?
Understand a little better now?
Oh, yeah, that routine about a man's private life and his public image being one. I knew that all the time. But, the way those kids reacted, especially at the end, that tells me a lot I didn't know.
That's tradition.
No, sir, no way. That's respect. Hard-earned.
Yeah.
Listen, I remember more than one very long silence at the end of the semester.
I guess we did get along rather well.
Hi, Mr. Williams.
Hello, John. That means more to you than staying alive, doesn't it?
Yes, that is my life, Lieutenant. Digging, probing, watching them take hold of an idea, taking it further than I knew it could go, loving it.
And loving you for helping.
If you read my file, you know I went a long way without any help. A long way in the wrong direction. What I can give now makes up for that.
Let's get you to a hospital.
No, I'm going to be all right. If you'll excuse me, there's some papers I have to get out of my office.
Mr. Williams, there's one thing you said in your class. You being someone who demands ethics and morals from other people. Now, how are you able to equate that with allowing a killer to run loose?
From what you've told me, Inspector, the killer is interested in only one person now. Now, if that's true, and I'm the only one who stands to be hurt by it, that's a risk I'm willing to take.
Okay, if he won't keep up his guard, we're going to have to do it for him. Let's get on the box. Tell him we're staying with him, and we'll get a stakeout unit for the house.
Mrs. Williams. Get in. I have your husband, Mrs. Williams. You want to see him again, alive. Get in.
Alice? Alice? Hello?
Jeff,
Alice, I didn't know you'd gone out.
I went to the store, Jeff, and...
Mr. Williams, I have your wife.
Get an ambulance. The man called. The man who shot Dayton. He's got my wife.
What did he tell you to do, Mr. Williams?
Downtown. Corner of Jones and Geary. I stand on the corner. 7 o'clock. He's got Alice. Tell me this. Did you see a man at Dayton's? Can you describe him? 6'2", 40, graying hair? He said he'd kill her. Don't worry, we'll take care of it for you. Please, be very careful.
We will, Mr. Williams, we will. But do you give the doctor permission to take the bullet out?
Stay to the right and slow. Is that him?
I can't tell.
If it is your husband, stop. If it isn't, just keep going. Is it him?
Yes, that's Jeff.
Get in.
You all right, Alice?
Fine. How's the shoulder?
It hurts. Turn right and Geary and go straight, Mrs. Williams. Mr. Williams, sit forward. Go. Go!
Subject vehicle proceeding west on Geary. Do not intercept. Do not apprehend. Alert Inspectors 6368, Helicopter 1.
Subject vehicle proceeding west on Geary.
Straight ahead to Point Lobos, Miss Williams. Pick it up.
It's moving pretty good now.
Heading out Lobos.
Yeah. Put it on the box.
Subject vehicle proceeding west on Point Lobos Avenue.
When you come to the next turn off, take it. Cut the lights.
Where are we going?
Down the next side road, Mr. Williams.
Get back on that thing, find out what the chopper's got.
This is 8-1. We've lost contact.
Subject vehicle just doused its lights and turned right on next side road west.
I can't see.
You don't have to. We're almost there.
Look, what you wanted was a bullet. That's why I'm here. Now, there's no need to involve my wife.
You're not a well man, Mr. Williams. Don't talk. Pull up here. Just to the right. Out. This side. Both of you. Right on out to the dump.
They're in the open. Let it go.
This is 8-1. Have the helicopter hit it!
I guess we're out of the woods, Mrs. Williams. Say, yeah, I think your husband's just getting out of surgery about now.
Mrs. Williams, we have a radio in the car if you want to find out his condition.
Right back. Okay, what's the big mystery?
Mike, how long have you been a detective?
Oh, very funny. Well, now, buddy boy, you've been with me long enough to know that I work one of two ways, right?
Right.
Booze or muscle. Take your choice.
All right, all right. We're going over to William's house for dinner Saturday night, right?
Right.
After dinner, we'll be sipping our brandy, congratulating him on how the Regents decided to keep him on, right?
That's right. We'll be celebrating a man's whole new life.
Exactly.
But since when do you buy brandy in a bookstore?
No. I'm thinking about after the brandy.
After the brandy?
Yeah.
I don't pick up that clue.
I bought you a little present.
What is it?
Open it.
Poems, poetry.
It's Ezra Pound. Remember Williams talking about him at the school?
Yeah, I remember he talked to his class about him.
That's right. That's for you.
What? Oh, now, wait a minute. I can't read this.
Why not?
Listen, raineth drop and staineth slop. Oh, come on now.
Wait a minute. What?
Yeah, raineth drop and staineth slop. Skiddeth bus and sloppeth us. Now, come on. Isn't poetry supposed to be clear and to the point?
That's right.
Well, I've got something to the point and clear for you, young fella.
What is it?
Sit quietly. You have a right to remain silent. Is that clear?
That's clear.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in the point of law. Is that to the point?
That's to the point.
All right, then get going.
Special guest star, James Wainwright. Tonight's episode, Before I Die.
How'd you like to do me a favor?
You kidding? You know it.
You, take care of this for me? Till after the trial, okay?
You got it. Anything else?
Oh, no, just, put it in a safe place. Sully will know where to pick it up when I want it back.
Don't worry about a thing. Whenever you're ready, just ask for it. It's yours.
Dumping those collection books on Joey. See if you can pick it up. If we get our hands on those books, we got them nailed.
I'm gonna have to reload pretty soon.
Looks like action, Mary. You getting it?
Yeah, I got it.
You get that briefcase he was carrying?
Yeah, I zoomed right in on it. That's the Academy Award shot, Dad. He's running, John.
Inspector 73 to headquarters. I'm operating a stakeout vehicle and pursuing a felony suspect. At the moment, I'm heading south on 3rd from 20th. Pursuing a turquoise coupe, California license 883, Ida Nellie Baker. Request backup units.
Move it.
away from it!
Kill himself.
I gotta get him out of there! You can't! It's gonna I gotta get that briefcase!
Okay, all right, so we got some evidence, but that doesn't explain all the craziness.
Does for me. Doesn't it for you?
No, not for a guy that's been working on the job for 32 years. I mean, I wouldn't call it professional behavior, that's all.
You know how long he's been working the dropout?
Mike, I know.
A year and a half. 1 year and a half watching a cobra like Royce lie, buy, threaten his way out of one charge after another.
Now, you've always told me if it doesn't fit, it wasn't a good collar.
Wrong. Dead wrong, buddy boy. That bribery thing with the liquor license? Huh? And the phony pension fund? And what about last summer, that Shylocking case they had on him last summer? Gold-plated, wasn't it?
Whatever happened to that one?
What happened? The witness took a cab. You figure it out. No, I'm just saying that an old harness bull like John T. Connor, he's going to think about what those things do to people. How they feel about the law, how they feel about him.
Mike, you all set?
Sorry to hang you up. Had to get an x-ray. Got a sore rib. That's where he gave me the shoulder. It was you, huh? Felt more like Dick Butkus. See why you hang around with him now.
That's it. He's the brains. I'm just the muscle.
You mind if we push it? I want to get to the courthouse.
Hey, Muscle, you heard what the man said? Let's get him to the courthouse.
Your obvious contempt for these proceedings, Mr. Royce, only demonstrates again how lightly you regard the rules the rest of us live by. As a citizen of this community, every instinct I have is to let this case go to trial. But I'm here as a judge, Mr. Cappiello, and in that capacity, I have to tell you that I am no longer moved by your promises to present additional evidence. I hope you suggest to the district attorney that in the future he waits until he has the evidence before he decides to prosecute this defendant again. On the motion to dismiss, granted.
You mean if what was in that briefcase hadn't have been burned?
I don't know.
What happened?
I got clobbered. You heard him.
Look, I know what I heard. I still want to know what happened.
You didn't come through, Connor. You're all mouth. You shoot blanks. What do you want me to tell you?
Now, listen, you got an indictment. You didn't get that on fairy tales.
Who says I didn't? You? What do you know? What makes you think you even begin to know the bells that go off in this town every time you do your famous I've got Al Royce dead to rights number?
Except for the fact that he did it. Nobody flaked him, pal. He's guilty. Now, how about that for something?
Who's this? Another one of our merry pranksters from the police department?
Why don't you admit it, Cappiello? You blew it. You couldn't cut it.
You really want to know what happened? I'll tell you what happened. You came up with about enough solid evidence to get a naughty boy expelled from school, plus a lot of cheap talk about more. And your timing, Connie, your timing's terrific. I mean, just when everybody's making noises about appointing a special prosecutor, you walk in saying, hey, look what I've got. Okay, we took it to the grand jury, we did our little tap dance, and here we are. Now the case looks like a grandstand play, Connor. Politics. Maybe you could have turned it serious, and maybe I'm a jerk for believing that you could do it, but you didn't. And that's the last time I go up against Royce while some cop is out there barbecuing my case.
Well, you got an indictment.
Ah, come on, John. He's just a wise guy. He'll be glad handing us like all... Hey. Hey, you all right?
Yeah.
Just dizzy, that's all. Because that shot I took this morning took more out of me than I thought.
You sure?
Yeah. Whew. Maybe.
Mr. Connor, what you have is called an aneurysm. Actually, that's a kind of a little balloon that sometimes occurs when the wall of a blood vessel becomes a little too thin.
A balloon? That bad, huh?
That's not good.
I knew I shouldn't have come up here for those x-rays. What do we do about it?
Well, there's an operation. You know, the trouble is, your little balloon should have been taken out a long time ago. It's quite advanced. And it happens to be in a part that is very difficult to get at.
Well, if you can't operate, you can't operate.
Well, I didn't say we couldn't operate. Just trying to explain the risks involved in your case. You know, I showed this x-ray to two of the very finest surgeons in the business, Mr. Connor.
And?
Well, they didn't like the odds.
Well, what else is there?
I'm afraid there's not a great deal more.
Well, what are you trying to tell me, Doctor?
The likelihood is that that little balloon I was telling you about, sooner or later, is going to burst.
And what? You die from it?
Yeah, almost at once.
Oh, dear God. Sooner or later, you said.
Yeah, well, it could be several months. Look, the truth is it could happen almost any time.
Well, you were talking about the operation now. I mean, well, if you were me, what would you do? Would you take it?
Frankly, if it was me, I think I'd get the most out of whatever time is left me.
Before I die?
Frankly, if it was me, I think I'd get the most out of whatever time is left me.
How about that, huh? Come on, sweetheart. Give me a take, will you? Sully, you got about 2 hours. Go over the north side, check out spots 1 and 3, see what...
Over here, Al.
Then he gets in his car and he gets away. And that's when I look and I see that Sully, God rest him, had been shot. Terrible thing. I told him all this last night.
You can't describe the car?
No.
New, old, dark light, anything.
Sorry, I can't help you, Lieutenant. What'd you say your name was again?
Stone.
Yeah, Stone, that's right. Well, like I was saying, Lieutenant Stone, I can't tell you a thing, but I want you to know. And I want you to tell the people downtown that I really appreciate everything you're trying to do.
We can't have people taking shots at our most influential citizens.
Are you trying to tell me that this gunman was trying to kill me?
Yeah, crossed my mind.
But not yours?
Well, not in a million years, no.
Well, just out of curiosity, can you tell me why your driver was carrying a gun?
Did he do that?
Uh-huh. He had a holster.
Well, I heard they didn't even find any gun.
Well, did you hear about the 2 spent shells?
2? Here I was ready to swear the guy only fired once.
He did. They were different calibers.
Well, that's what they mean when they say that eyewitness testimony is not very reliable.
You know, you have enemies. Who are they?
Me, I don't have any enemies.
I don't mean people who hate your guts. I mean people who want to kill you.
As far as I know, I'm Mr. Lovable.
We'll let you know if we need you.
Yeah, beautiful. You do that. I'll count on it.
Did you give him the cop?
I didn't give him anything. That doesn't mean I want him running around.
Hey, Al, a cop.
What's the matter? Cops don't have accidents?
What'd you say your name was?
You like that, didn't you?
Doesn't like letting us know what he thinks of us, huh?
Well, I'm not too choked up about him either.
Lieutenant, professional detachment, remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Tell you, it's strange, though, when you think about it. I mean, you could argue that who's ever gunning for Royce is trying to do us a public service, and we're trying to stop him.
Well, now you know what got John T. so steamed up the other day.
Yeah. Now, wait a minute. That's the guy we ought to talk to. I mean, he'd know if Royce crossed somebody, right?
No way.
No way. I thought you told me John T. wrote the book on Royce.
He did. But he's not here to read it to us.
Where is he?
Had to go to Portland, some kind of family emergency.
He didn't leave a number?
No, Schindler said he'd call the minute he got there. So far, nobody's heard from him.
Come on, I got you.
Remember Yosemite Row?
Yeah, every minute of it.
I loved that. You know, that's the best time I ever had in my life. Why didn't I know it then, huh?
Because it's not so. That's how come. What's the matter, Johnny?
What? Nothing. All I was saying was that I had a good and I didn't know it. What's wrong with that?
Oh, no, come on. You're saying that you're sorry.
No,
Or something. Yes, you are. You don't owe me anything. Look, you said, let's get married, and I said, great idea. I knew what I was doing.
Yeah, and you knew what you were doing when you walked out on me. That's the smartest move you ever made.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's so.
Come on. Don't hold it in. Come on, say it.
You are something else, Ro. You know what I want to tell you? You know all the times that I didn't show up and I didn't call you? You know, that had nothing to do with you. Never another woman.
Why?
What do you mean?
Why are you telling me this now?
Oh, I don't know. Just wanted to tell you.
Listen, I knew there wasn't another woman. I knew there was a job and me. In that order. I knew that. Tell me.
Hey, I gotta get back to work. I can't stay.
Let's go up to Malden.
No, I tell you what. I'll come by this evening for dinner. We'll make an evening of it, all right?
Let's go now.
No. I got something I've got to do first. Now, you stay right here, and I'll get the car.
I'll go with you.
You stay here. I'll get the car. I'll be right back.
Yes. Are you all right? Johnny, don't move. Oh, God.
I'm all right.
Take it easy.
Okay.
I'll call an ambulance.
No.
But you've been hurt.
Don't do anything. You hear what I said? Okay.
Let's see. I've got your name, address, age, residency. Now, have you ever committed a felony?
No.
Any history of mental illness?
No.
That's a beauty, isn't it? It's one of the most powerful lightweight weapons made.
How much is this again?
$300, plus tax.
Yes, fine. Give me a box of shells, too.
You have to give Royce credit. He can really turn him out in style. I thought the Mad Russian there was supposed to have retired and left town. And there's Fast Freddy. The one on the end there, that's Mamalakis. Numbers and prostitution. He and Royce are supposed to be having some kind of feud.
How bad?
Oh, I don't think anybody will start shooting, but you never know, you know what I mean?
Oh, John T's gonna get pretty sore if he finds out a young punk put Royce away before he could.
He'll get over it.
Be like Ahab finding out his white whale got landed by somebody in a fishing boat.
Oh, that's bad.
It's pretty bad, yeah. Wait a minute. Can you stop that?
Yeah, here.
What did you see?
I'm not sure. Murray, take it back the other way, will you?
Okay, there you go.
Now keep going. Right there. You see him in the car? No, wait, you went too far. Take it back the other way. Freeze it. Right there.
Hey, what's he doing there? It's him. It's John T.
Thought you said he was in Portland.
Somebody in the family was sick, is that it?
His sister. He called me on the phone. He said he was at the airport. He had to get her in the hospital.
Well, then he couldn't be there. But he is. Try his number.
Yeah.
Pretty good eye, buddy boy.
Right now, you wish I was nearsighted.
I don't know why I didn't even see him there.
Because you were staked out on a funeral, not some car down the block.
Isn't there?
Murray.
What's this, a stakeout?
How was Portland?
That's all right for ducks. I'll take the fog over the rain anytime.
John. You want to tell me that wasn't you sitting outside the church?
Oh, yeah, that was me. How'd you find out?
Well, it's kind of a long story. But the punchline is I found out about it along with half the department. We were filming it, you know. And later I'm doing the blow-by-blow and pointing out the celebrities, and there's my partner. Just sitting there like he belonged there. And I'm standing in the squad room with my bare face hanging out, trying to explain why I didn't know anything about it.
That's it? That's what you're steamed up about?
Yeah, I got a little frosty, but that's not half of what's bothering me right now. You weren't even going to tell me, were you? What's going on, John?
Well, maybe you better tell me. I gotta check with you before I do anything now. I came back, I heard about the funeral, and I swung over to cover it, that's all.
Come on, man, it's me, remember? You can do that number on somebody else's head, but not on mine, all right? Now, you went there alone because you didn't want me there. All I'm asking you is why not?
This doesn't concern you, Murray.
Doesn't concern me. Man, I stay alive because I know what you do, how you do it, and when you do it. I can't count on that I'm a dead man, John. You told me that when I first walked into your office and took off that blue shirt, before we even shook hands. I think all these years buys me a straight answer, John.
I never gave you anything but a straight answer. Now, this doesn't concern me.
What, you think I blew it with Royce? Did I do something? Drop the ball? What?
It's got nothing to do with you. This is something I gotta do alone.
That's the way you want to leave it.
That's the way I'd like you to leave it.
There's nobody else I'd buy that from, you know that. I'll be downtown.
Say, you look fine, Rosemary, just fine.
Oh, Mike. It's been a long time.
It sure has. I don't know, you just never get to see the people you want to see, and you see too much of the people you don't want to see.
True.
Besides, I didn't want to make John T. jealous.
That'd be the day, huh?
Have you seen him recently?
You know, don't you, Mike? I'll be outside if you need me, Miss. All morning, I kept feeling like I was the only one that knew that
How much did he tell you?
he didn't want to tell me at all. I fixed dinner for him.
This was last night?
Yes, it was.
Well, what else happened last night?
While I was cooking, you know, he kept laughing and joking around. But anybody who knows him as well as I do could tell that it wasn't natural. And then later he started to shake. You know, like he was cold. He cried. And I held him, told him that I loved him. Because he cried. Because it's human to cry. And it's human to share. And that's when he told me that he was going to die.
Now, wait a minute. What's all this about dying?
You didn't.
No, I didn't know.
I shouldn't have told you, Mike. I shouldn't have told you.
What's the matter with him? Why is he going to die?
Look, there's nothing you can do for him. Just let him alone, please, Mike.
All right,
please.
it'll be all right. I'll take you home.
No, I don't want to go home.
You're sure?
Yes, I feel better here. Mike, you came here for some reason. Why? What was it?
Well, I knew that he's been acting funny lately. I couldn't put my fingers on it. I couldn't understand it. Now, I think I do. Oh, yes. Excuse me, but I'll keep in touch with you, Ro.
Shoni.
Hop out.
Huh?
Grab a cab back to headquarters. I don't know who's on duty, but whoever it is, tell them I want a 24-hour surveillance on Royce.
What?
I'll fill you in later. Oh, and listen, pass the word if anyone sees John T. Tell him I want to know about it.
Taxi.
Hello, John.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
What is it, you're moving?
No, I'm just getting these clothes down to the Goodwill. You know how the stuff collects. What can I do for you? It's about this morning. I've already talked with Murray. I got up there. My sister wasn't as bad off as they thought, so... You know, I got a nurse for her, and I shot on back here.
How about you, John? How are you doing?
Oh, I'm fine, you know. No complaints. Well, what do you mean?
I mean, I just talked to Rosemary. She told me you've got some crazy idea you think you're dying.
Crazy idea, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's a fact, Mike, and I know it.
What do you know? Are you a doctor?
I've been to a doctor.
Well, get yourself a specialist.
I've been to specialists. What do you think I am, a dummy, Mike? Look, I appreciate what you're saying, but... this thing... no doubt about it.
I'm sorry, John.
You know, it's a funny thing. When my father died, I remember. Worst part about it was getting all the stuff cleared up afterwards, you know, the clothes. And so I just thought I'd get rid of these and... and then maybe I'll go and take that hunting trip. You remember the one I said I was always going to take and I never did get around to it?
John, I really came to ask you about that shooting the other night. Royce's bodyguard.
Oh, you on that, huh? Butcher Sullivan? Well, that could be almost anybody.
I figured the fellow was after Royce. Sullivan got in the way.
Yeah, it's possible.
Where were you?
Well, what kind of a question is that?
A lousy one. I hate it. But I'm still gonna have to check the slug from your gun against the one they pulled out of Sullivan.
Hey, Mike.
That's right.
All right. I took a shot at Royce, so what? He's filth. He spits on his shield. If I had time, Mike, I'd put him away, but I don't.
Somebody else will.
Yeah, but I don't know that, see? And I'm not going to take the chance. I'm going to kill him. Because the way I figure it, that's the least I can do. Now, like, who has nothing to lose? Mike, it makes sense. Come on, all you have to do is say you didn't find me. Then I'll do it. I'll turn myself in. I swear I'll do that. What do you say?
Don't make me answer that.
Yeah. It's kind of stupid, isn't it? Yeah, good cop, Mike.
Okay, let's say that it's true. I'm not buying it, but let's say that it is. All I'm asking here is let's not forget about who the man is. I mean, 32 years in the department. Now, that should entitle him to a little consideration, that's all.
Nobody likes it any more than you do, Murray.
Oh, come on, Steve. I know where you're at. You're saying he's a rogue cop. Forget about what might be going through his mind. Yeah, yesterday he was one of the boys, one of the old-timers, one of the best, right? Today you can't wait to crucify him.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, what are you saying then? You feeling sorry for Al Royce? Well, I'm sorry too, man. Everybody knows Al Royce is a victim of his environment.
Well, what do you want to do? You want to issue Connor a hunting license. I don't know, did I miss something? Or was there an announcement making us executioners and John T. Connor gets to fire the first shot because of his long devoted service or something? Okay. Okay now, okay.
What we've got to do is to find Royce before Connor does. And Murray, I'm counting on your help.
To save who, Royce or John?
Both. Now, the best thing any of us can do for John T. is to find Royce and get him under cover.
And Connor knows more about Royce than we do, that's all.
Well, let's get going, huh? Look, Steve.
Murray. Murray. Forget it.
There are just some things you can't forget, you know? I spent 12 years of my life handcuffed to that guy.
You think he wants to forget that, too? Maybe what he's doing now, he doesn't want to rub off on you. Come on. Nobody home!
Suspect reported leaving the Out Harbor in a two-tone green Mustang.
Inspectors 8-1, 10-4. Alert all units in the area.
Check 8-1.
Get out of there, John T.
Okay, he's still looking.
Where would he go next?
Who knows?
All right, check the list again.
St. Francis Barber Shop, 0. Mickey's Hideaway, zilch. Zilch. Continental Bass, nothing. Betty-O, wonder what that is.
Waterfront Cafe, 0.
Say, there's a horse called Betty-O, isn't there? I'm sure there is.
Yeah, John T. told me that once. Royce says into that.
What, he owns a horse?
Well, it's not anything big with him, but it was something. But, Peace, that's what he said. He owns a piece. This must be the name he told me.
Well, come on.
Betty-O. Betty-O, Bay Meadow, 7th race.
Come on, move it. 10-4. San Mateo police on the way.
You look for Royce, right?
That's the idea.
The guy downstairs said I can get to the roof this way.
What's going on?
Oh, I'm just looking for a guy. Thank you.
There's his car, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, the results of the 6th race are official. The winner, number 4, Lucky Fellow with Jimmy Newcomb up, followed by number 9, So Long. The show horse, number 6, Riot Red.
Say, where do the owners hang out?
Clubhouse. Hope they got a horse running down by the paddock.
Steve, take the paddock. Say, where's the other fella?
Who? You mean the guy that just came through here a couple minutes ago?
Yeah, what did he look like?
About my age, gray hair.
Which way did you say he went?
He went up to the roof. That door right up there.
Ladies and gentlemen, the horses are now entering the track for the 7th race.
John!
Don't do it, John.
I gotta do it, Murray.
John.
What happened? Did I get him?
Yeah. You got him. I'm sorry, John. I'll ride in with him.
Sure. Look who takes the limo.
So close. Did it ever cross your mind?
What?
Ah, nothing.
No, go on.
No, I was just curious.
Why? Did you think about it?
No, he's not immune. He'll get his. But what happened back there, it really didn't have very much to do with justice. But it had a hell of a lot to do with the use of power. A man and his gun. Just isn't the answer. Were you tempted?
Buddy boy. That's between me and John T. But you know what?
What?
What Murray did is what I'd want you to do if that had been me.